We're shattering the silence. Feel the power. Revelations on the rise. From the shadows, light emerges, breaking through the veils of dark. 0 points and gravity converge, yeah. Dying voices, revelation start. Ancient whispers call. They're begging us to open our eyes. We stand tall, defying all their lies. Even in now, we're shattering the silence. Feel the power. Revelations on the rise. Forbidden knowledge we dare to see. Unveiling secrets, setting us free. In this epic, we play our part with fierce hearts. In and now, we're shattering the silence. Feel the power. Revelations on the rise. In the depths of the unknown, radio waves like dark shows, mysteries unrepacked and shown. Solutions defy what we know, hidden truths we're never alone. Follow me down the rabbit hole, secrets and binding codes, breaking the mold, defy control. Power bursts without a soul. In this digital catacomb, we spread the truth of the truly bold. Epics we uncover, forbidden undercover. Rise against the silence, breaking through defiance. Energy from the ether flow, quantum realms, the science of flow. Whispers from ancients echo, gravity's unhooked, let's go. Beyond the reach of their woe, slowly when few ever come, bridge the gaps all light shows. Pioneer, on we roll, past the famous station, this is all been on road. Epics we uncover, forbidden undercover, rise against the silence, breaking through defiance. Synth waves crashing, hearts collide. Revolution of the mind. Let the codes and truths unwind. Illumination find. Epics we uncover, forbidden undercover, rise against the silence, breaking through defiance.
shadows, true quest to follow. Ancient designs, all lost to time. Eyes of the blind, rulers of kind. Knowledge unknown, locked in their throne. Tear the veil from their lies, truth will rise. Break the chains from our minds, free eyes. Whispers of lore found on the shore. Forces untamed, kept from the name. Zero one's light, hidden from sight. Gravity falls through secret walls. Tear the veil from their lies, truth will rise. Break the chains from our minds, free eyes. Your fear, my life. Your chains, my right. Your life, my fight. We must unite. Tear the veil from their lies, truth will rise. Break the chains from our minds, free eyes.
Erase the lamp alone with my mind. Scribble theories they all refuse to find. I've been working on energy for a brand new day, but even in the crowd I'm still a castaway. Alienated from the aids of that inventor in disguise. Ideas ahead of time dismissed with narrow eyes. Benefactor boy, dreaming about the world you can't deploy. Changing the system, but treated like a toy. Ideas misunderstood, but brilliance is his boy. Benefactor boy, can't you hear his voice? Talking love 0 point, the points lost on them. Kevin structures crumbling from the same old Sam. They laugh like I'm crazy, but I see it all so clear. Exploited labor, unheard injustice, burning ears. Fighting for a change in this wasteland of noise. But they call me foolish, wanting shed boys. Benefactor boy, dreaming about the world he can't deploy. Changing the system, but treated like a toy. Ideas misunderstood, but brilliance is his boy. Benefactor boy, can't you hear his voice? Chasing revolutions in the darkest nights. A dreamer with vision beneath the laughter and noise. A future so bright waiting for the right choice. Benefactor boy, dreaming about the world he can't deploy. Changing the system, but treated like a toy. Ideas misunderstood, but brilliance is his boy. Benefactor boy, can't you hear his voice?
Resonance relay, a new attachment that I'm going to be including with the prototypes and possibly the Alright, welcome back everybody to
the League of Extraordinary Inventors pregame show. Happy Free Energy Fridays, everybody. Let me pull up the window here so you can see what I'm taking a look at. All right. We have an exciting evening planned for you guys. We're going to go over some recent breakthroughs with my research, and we're going to hop into the mini lab and check out the capacitor discharge test that was suggested to us last night. So that's pretty cool. Just a quick reminder, all of the things that me and my partner invent are all in the public domain. They're public domain dedicated. Meaning no patents are allowed. The following technologies are hereby dedicated to the public domain under the CC0 1.0 Universal license. So the public domain dedication strictly falls under, so far, the Lightning Thief, which is a modified Joule Thief circuit, the Green Machine pulsed motor, the Lumen lamp with swappable coils, the resonance relay extension wire, which is a wire with a high-speed UF4007 diode, the paradox box, which is 2 magnets glued with each north pole facing each other, and a bifilar coil wrapped around it, the BeneficenceTV vortex coils, the fusion coil, and caduceus coil. So these are all in the public domain. By placing these works in the public domain, we affirm that anyone is free to use, modify, distribute, and improve upon these technologies without restriction. No patents, trademarks, or other exclusive rights may be claimed on these designs. These innovations are meant to remain open source and freely available to benefit all. So no patents allowed, anybody. Any attempt to patent or restrict the use of these works is against the spirit of open innovation and will be publicly challenged. For more information, you can visit this link, creativecommons.org/public-domain/0/1.0. So here's some more information on this public domain copyright, which is a no copyright technically. It is a claim that the person who associated with a work with this deed has dedicated the work to the public domain by waiving all of his or her rights to the work worldwide under copyright law, including all related and neighboring rights to the extent allowed by law. You can copy, modify, distribute, and perform the work, even for commercial purposes, all without asking for permission, ladies and gentlemen. But there is a caveat here. Right here, the last where is that? Okay, so when using or citing the work, you should not imply endorsement by the author or the affirmer. So this is very important to emphasize. The point I just made is crucial, okay? Unless I have explicitly endorsed a specific version of my invention, please don't imply that I have endorsed any modification or adaptation of those devices that I'm working on. I am open to evaluating someone's work on modifying my designs, sure, but unless I have made it a clear statement of endorsement, it should never be assumed or communicated that I have approved of the modified version. So you always want to look for the Benefactor seal of disapproval. Why disapproval? Because the world's current state has reached a level of such disappointment. Despite the potential of these devices, I am compelled to offer my endorsement to innovations that should already be on the market. Devices I created under circumstances of limited resources from a modest one-bedroom apartment and with personal sacrifices, all living in poverty. Suffice it to say, I should not be the one to have to do this, but here I am, and I'm not stopping anytime soon. I enjoy the challenge, so the game, Mrs. Hudson, is on. All right, so jumping into some recent discoveries and updates on the Lightning Thief device. Last night, we managed to get over 200 volts out of the pickup method. This is very significant because I was only able to get about 70 volts prior to this. So utilizing the dual thief setup, which is just two modified dual thief circuits. One is a primary and one is a pickup, using wireless induction. So this is a massive amount of extra voltage that doesn't affect the primary system. I'll attempt to replicate the same test tonight and get that 200 plus volts as we go through our capacitor discharge test, which I'll go over in a minute. So the resonance relay is another breakthrough we've had. It's a methodically placed high-speed diode with an extension wire to redirect some of the lost back EMF towards the load. This is a game changer. It absolutely changed my system in a good way. It doubled the brightness of the 40-watt LED panel and reduced the current draw slightly. It was amazing. So that was really cool to see. We also have the dual thief open circuit method, which we're utilizing these new breakthroughs with, utilizing two lightning thief devices, one for the primary with its own coil and hooked up to the battery source, and one for picking up wireless energy from coil to coil that's not hooked, the secondary, that's not hooked up to the battery. So this method shows promise for recycling energy and closing the loop in our system, which is what these recent tests have been aiming to do. Again, we have all that extra energy coming out of the secondary pickup coil, and we want to be able to dump that back into the battery to increase efficiency and recycle some of that lost energy. So we had an idea by a viewer last night. I believe it was Elijah. I could be wrong. I think it was Elijah. Suggested that we use a capacitor discharge test. Now, this method suggests a way to measure the system's efficiency by comparing discharge times with and without the system. This could reveal hidden energy behaviors. So if the capacitors discharge more slowly on our coil system compared to just the battery itself, we have an indication that our system is utilizing extra energy from somewhere. Whether it's utilizing extra energy from the vacuum, or just recycling energy that's already there. My theory is that we're capturing that back EMF and now we're trying to redirect it with the diode and try to plug some of the leaks. And recently I had a thought that I should probably change from these jumper cables that I have to something a little more hefty and able to supply more amperage, specifically speaker wires. So I will be adapting the system in the coming days to include more thicker speaker wires attached to the device itself, which may prove useful in increasing some of the amperage transfer of the system. Who knows? For now, we're going to jump into a couple of refreshers for those of you who are just joining us and don't know anything about this stuff. I've been working with something called a vortex coil. Now, the design of the vortex coil specifically is an ABHA vortex coil based on the work of Randy Powell in his discovery of hidden underlying patterns in the vortex math hidden patterns that Marco Rodin didn't initially see with his Rodin coil pattern. So what are vortex coils? Well, vortex coils are essentially an extension of Tesla's work, the ABHA coil specifically. Inspired by Tesla's wireless energy ideas, Daniel Nunes himself described his work with the ABHA coil as a Tesla pancake coil that is wound in a three-dimensional toroidal pattern. He took Tesla's original work and simply applied the vortex algorithm to the surface of the torus to adapt Tesla's original two-dimensional winding pattern into something that relates more to the way energy flows, using information that Tesla might not have had immediate access to. So while VBM has been referenced in the ancient past, specifically in the Sanskrit text with Sanskrit math, it is unclear if Tesla had direct knowledge of the vortex-based math methodology. It is also worth noting that Marco Rodin has made the subject of vortex math more popular in mainstream since his entrance to the spotlight in the late 70s. More and more people have had access to this new mathematical paradigm, and now we have an opportunity to apply it to their own research. Daniel and Erica Nunes of One Stop Energies were two researchers who did just that. Whether Tesla had access to it at some point or another is entirely up in the air to debate. This is due to the fact that as many as 20 whole trunks full of Tesla's vital research ended up missing shortly after his death. The FBI recorded that Nikola Tesla had around 80 trunks of belongings, but only 60 arrived in Belgrade. The missing trunks may have been kept by the government, meaning we may never truly know the full extent of what the man knew regarding the toroidal nature of free-flowing energy. But that's basically what vortex coils take advantage of, is the free-flowing, the natural free-flowing path of energy. It doesn't follow a simple coil, it follows a more three-dimensional toroidal path. So some theories on how the ABHA coil works. Some theories about the ABHA coil tell us it might use high voltage potential differences, like in thunderstorms, to pull in ambient energy from the vacuum. Key ideas here in this theory are that instead of traditional circuits, some theories about how this coil works are as follows. It leverages ion collection, dielectric breakdown, and electrostatic discharge to convert atmospheric or vacuum energy into usable electricity. So, some breakdowns of these three ideas: ion collection. Some researchers propose that certain coil geometries could interact with atmospheric ions, similar to how Tesla's radiant energy devices might have worked. So, I mean, and again, the ABHA coil does exhibit the wireless coil induction, and it induces high voltage from coil to coil specifically, which is extremely important to note because there's really no other device that can do that other than a Tesla coil, and minus the fact that the ABHA coil doesn't have the dangerous plasma discharge, it makes for a more practical application for utilizing that wireless transfer of energy rather than having a dangerous, plasma discharge around when you want to utilize that wireless induction method. So that's very important to note, the difference between those two systems. Yes, it's an extension of his work, but it's a more practical application of kind of like the Tesla coil's wireless induction phenomena, which is pretty cool. It does have a pretty big radius for this. I can take the coil, right, and wirelessly induce it from coil to coil, or any pickup coil rather, pretty high off of the coil, which is odd because you would think that the interaction would be condensed to the center of the donut, which it is, but it also has an outside field that seems to be able to induce wireless energy from coil to coil at a very alarming distance. So that's pretty cool. So another theory regarding the dielectric breakdown. If high voltages are present, dielectric breakdown or ionization of air around or surrounding material could occur. But most ABHA coil experiments don't report significant dielectric effects unless used with high voltage systems. So there's a threshold there. And again, there's a threshold specifically for ozone production at a certain level of voltage. And regarding most systems, this is, I think, around 1,000 volts or more. You get, this ozone production. But with the ABHA coil, you can get that down to as low as I've seen at 80 to 100 volts. But you still need that 80 to 100 volts in your system before that happens. So an electrostatic discharge effect. If the coil accumulates charge, it might release energy through electrostatic means. However, without a structured way to harness and convert it to a usable form, i.e. a modified joule thief system of some sort, it would be difficult to sustain this power. And this is exactly what we're trying to do, build a modified joule thief system to harness some of this converted power from the vacuum, specifically capture the back EMF that's being created from the collapsing field. So how the ABHA coil likely works. It creates a complex magnetic vortex due to its winding geometry, potentially leading to unique resonance effects. It exhibits non-traditional inductance and field interactions which could enhance efficiency in certain applications. Like the rodent coil, it shows increased reactive power and interesting high-frequency behaviors. All right, yeah, let's look at time. Yeah, 7:19. We're pretty good on time. So a quick refresher on the lightning thief. Let's start again with another quick refresher. For those tuning in for the first time, the lightning thief isn't some device for stealing lightning, though it really does feel like we are harnessing a bit of divine power. At its core, it's a highly efficient energy management system designed to stretch a battery's output to near zero. Remember, most batteries only have a fraction of usable power. A 240 watt-hour battery, like the one I'm using, in reality is only usable in most systems to an output, realistically, of about 40 watt-hours. 40 watt-hours to the system before the system is risking sulfation. So a 240 watt-hour battery in reality is only able to output a realistic 40 watt-hours before the system is risking sulfation. So this means dropping the battery below 11 volts. Most systems won't even recognize, most systems simply aren't designed to run a 12-volt battery below 11.5 volts or even 12 volts. My system will keep going and going and going. I've seen it go down to 9 volts before the 40 watt panel kicked out, I believe it was. I believe I had the 40 watt connected. So instead of a traditional power inverter, which chews up energy with massive losses, we're talking like 60% efficiency for my inverter. The lightning thief takes a different approach. Using high-frequency pulsing, resonance tuning, and back EMF capture, it maximizes the usable energy from a standard battery. By working with the natural oscillations of the system, it steps up voltage while maintaining or even reducing current draw. Think of the back EMF coming back into the wire and trying to swim against the main current. When you're in resonance, I tell people to think of it like a surfer riding a wave rather than fighting against the ocean. That's why the back EMF is so destructive, right? It's destructive because you're not in resonance with it. It's not riding that wave, it's fighting against it. So the lightning thief is a modified joule thief circuit designed to maximize energy extraction from high voltage, low current sources. Its core principle is taking advantage of radiant energy effects and back EMF to drive loads more efficiently than traditional circuits. The backbone of my setup is the Mark I ABHA coil. This is the green coil you'll see in some of my pictures and videos, and you'll shortly see in our interactive mini lab. This is our primary coil. Our secondary coil is a toroidal coil wound around a bigger vortex frame called the Christmas coil. Now, what makes the Christmas coil unique is that it's actually missing an entire loop around the torus. I was short wire when I was winding it. Yet it still performs remarkably well. Mark I is driven by a high-frequency pulse DC system, the lightning thief, creating strong inductive effects into the secondary coil, which is the Christmas coil, wirelessly. It's just sitting on top of one another. It actually has a small cooking pot holder, a pad, just for some kind of protection so it doesn't scratch the enamel. It does have even a barrier from it. So like I said, you can lift this thing up a little bit and it'll still induce the high voltage. Pretty cool. So connected to the Mark I coil, we have the lightning thief circuit, which acts as the first stage in energy processing for the system. It steps up the voltage while maintaining a relatively stable current. The load configurations have varied from a 40-watt LED panel to a much smaller 0.6-watt LED light bulb, which has proven to be a game changer. So this is the Mark I. Hey, Mr. Lanius coming in with the $3 super sticker. I appreciate that, Mr. Lanius. And Sean coming in with a $10 super sticker. You guys are awesome. You guys are amazing. Wow. Absolutely incredible. Sean says, great work, Ben. I appreciate that, Sean. That means a lot from a legend like you. And Mr. Lania says, woohoo, Sean, that was great. Yes, you guys are awesome. Sean says, I can listen to you all day, Ben. You are very talented. I appreciate that, Sean. Sometimes it feels like I'm struggling to get this out in the words that I want to. But that's why I kind of try to prep everything by writing them down first, getting my thoughts on paper, as it were. So this is the Mark I coil that we're working with. And the reason why the Mark I coil is our primary coil system is because it's the most efficient. It's from the Lightning Thief tests, the preliminary tests that we were doing with just the, not the PCB boards, but the breadboard circuits. The test showed that this coil was the most efficient. With this method, actually, we were able to excite 5 neon lamps with the open circuit method. So that was really cool. I think that one we were utilizing a stereo amp receiver, pumping a true AC waveform into the system while using it as an amplifier at the same time. So that was really cool. We were able to excite 5 neon lamps. That's a lot of voltage, guys. That's a lot of voltage. Like, each one of those is at least, I think one of them, the low one is 60 volt breakdown voltage, 60 volts, and then the breakdown voltage for the other ones, the green ones, like 120 volt breakdown. So these are all the minimum requirement voltages just to excite one of these, and we had 5 of them going. So the Mark I proved to be the most efficient. So that's why I am testing it as the primary coil right now. Oh, look at this little mini one. This is the micro vortex coil. We'll be testing with that in the future, in the near future, once I'm able to tune this, because this is going to require some tuning, some special tuning, because it's so small. Not that the Lightning Thief isn't capable of it, but the default the default resistance and potentiometer in the Lightning Thief device is going to be aimed at a more general size, not a micro size like that. So you can replace the resistance in the Lightning Thief device to, get it to adapt to this micro vortex coil, which is what we'll be doing in future tests. It simply means replacing the 1K ohm resistor on the board, which I have screw terminals on the board, so you'll easily be able to swap any component out if you want to upgrade or modify this device. Very cool like that. So you just have to swap out that 1K resistor with something like a 300 ohm resistor and a different potentiometer. That's it. It's very, very simple. So that's what we're going to be doing with this micro vortex coil. But we did hook up the micro vortex coil to the lumen lamp, which is just the same Joule Thief circuit, modified Joule Thief circuit that we've been using with the Lightning Thief, only it's a little bit, the PCB is a little bit different and adapted to like a lumen lamp, the lumen lamp configuration with the toggle switch and all that. So it's basically the same circuit. It's utilizing the same transistor and everything. And I hooked up the micro vortex coil to it, and I found that it had a range that it lit the light bulb. So it had a tuning range. It was just very, very sensitive, right? Because we're using a higher resistance than we need, I guess. So we need to tune in that resistance so we can get a little bit more sensitive tuning on the potentiometer. So when we adjust it, it's not like, flickering on and off. We have a wider range where it turns on and off, like we see in the lumen lamp here. Very, very nice lumen lamp. Lumen lamp will be coming soon. We are making lumen lamps for the team. All production on the lumen lamps have stopped for me at the moment, unfortunately, until I can figure out how to get my 3D printer thermal bed sensor working again. So that's been a big problem. But I do have like 3 or 4 Lightning Thief cases I printed out already that I can whip up some prototypes for the team in the meantime. But regarding the lumen lamps, I know Michelle is printing out a couple for the team. I was going to be taking up the mantle and printing out the rest for the team, but that's going to be having to put on hold at the moment, unfortunately. So here we see some color options that I was messing with regarding glow-in-the-dark cases for the Lightning Thief. And the lumen lamp's ability to act as a very low dim night light, or a very high lit desk lamp. So pretty cool. That's the Lightning Thief device hooked up with the cap bank. Ian's amazing and sexy cap bank down here in the bottom left. So I've been messing with this. We might mess with it tonight when we go into the interactive mini lab. We're gonna do that after this quick presentation. So we should have a good hour or so to mess around in the mini lab, where we can try to figure out how to get this capacitor discharge test going. I should have all the equipment to do it. I did a brief test last night, guys, and the reason why I think I need speaker wire is because I did a brief test last night, and I hooked up the capacitor bank, and my jumper cable, my Arduino jumper cable that I was using, plugged into the breadboard, started melting. So that tells me it's probably way too much amperage. I mean, that's just the instinct that I have. I don't know. I'd have to ask Sean. Sean would probably know more about it. We'll go into those details once we get into the lab, but I have a feeling that it was just pulling way too much amperage for the small jumper cable, the Arduino jumper cable, to handle. So it's an easy fix. I could just use some speaker wire for that. But yeah, we'll adapt the system in the interactive mini lab for the capacitor test. But Ian's cap bank might prove useful in that it might not. I think it might be too low capacitance. Even all of these capacitors flicked on in parallel, I think it's just too low. We might, based on what ChatGPT recommended, I think it was like, it recommended at least 10,000 microfarad capacitance. So, and we have 8,000. We could do 8,000 in parallel. That's what I tried last night when my wire melted. But let's go over the main components we'll be working with in the mini lab, the interactive mini lab. Because again, this mini lab is driven by recommendations from chat. So the main components, the Lightning Thief PCB. Okay, this is the Lightning Thief device right here that I'm pointing to. The vortex coil, you'll see these two vortex coils. This is the primary one and the Christmas one. Kind of see it right here in the corner. That's the secondary. So we have the vortex coil. It acts as a capacitor of sorts and stores incoming charge before releasing it in a slow, controlled discharge manner. So we also have the load matched to the impedance of the system, or as close as I can get it. Right? We want it to start singing so that we know the coil is saturated with that energy before we discharge it and disconnect the negative. So the 12-volt battery source is our source. It's a 12-volt battery, 20 amp hour source, and we're charging it right now. So by the time we're done with this small presentation, we should be ready to go with the battery and testing. So some challenges and next steps. We have to take the 200 plus volts extra that we saw from the pickup coil and recycle it back into the source battery for increasing efficiency. Okay, so that's the main goal here. We want to take that extra voltage and maybe just take it down to 12 volts or 13, convert, if possible, convert some of that extra volts, because we're getting like 200 plus volts. We have to be able to convert some of that back into amperage, right? And then lower the voltage down to like 12, 13 volts. We can plug that right back into the battery because this is pulse DC. Okay, this is, it's going to affect the system positively. It's not going to start smoking or anything. I already tested it out with a very, very low input, specifically 8.5 volts and a low amount of current, like 6 to 7 milliamps, going back into the battery. You see the inductive spikes. I hooked up the oscilloscope. You see the inductive spikes happening on the positive terminal, but it's just not enough. We have to convert, we have to get rid of the rectifier, which is what I was using then, because it's not necessary. We convert some of that 200 plus volts into the energy that we're going to be using back into the battery. So again, we want to take it down to about 12, 13 volts. I don't want to push the system too much, right? But if we can take that 200 plus volts down to around 12, 13 volts, convert some of that extra voltage to amperage, we might really have something here. And again, I'm not an expert on this. I'm relying on my team here to help me solve this problem. But it starts tonight with the capacitor test, because we want to just be able to confidently say what kind of efficiency we're getting in our system. And before today, before this test, I don't think we would be able, we couldn't do that, you know, because there's just too many variables. The inverter outputs the 40 watt panel at a different brightness. So, you know, it's not a direct apples to apples comparison. You have to do all sorts of conversions for lumens, and it's just not going to be an accurate depiction of the efficiency until we get this, in my opinion, until we get this discharge capacitor test going. So we have to do that tonight. That's our main objective tonight, is to get the discharge capacitor test going for evaluating the current level of efficiency in the system. We want to hook the cap bank up to the battery itself, charge the cap bank, and then I have a little toggle. So it's all hooked up. I have a little toggle switch that we're going to release the toggle switch, and that will release the energy into the load, the light bulb, and we're going to see how long that light bulb lights up for. Okay, it's a LED light bulb that I've been using, the 0.6 watt. So we're going to see how long that lights up for. We're going to time it. We're going to time that, and we're going to compare that to the Lightning Thief system. Okay, I think that's going to be a pretty interesting test. So we have a quick intermission before our interactive mini lab. So I have to set things up, and I appreciate your guys' patience for that. I try to make it as entertaining as possible during the intermission. And I try to jump back into the workstation because it's close to the mini lab to, you know, try and answer questions or address concerns, stuff like that. So we're going to transition into an intermission while I get set up for our interactive mini lab. So stay tuned.
In isolation, why guard your self-control? Why embrace complication? Why bear? In a lab, Mike does cracks the code tonight. Oh yeah, that's true. Wires and circuits to shine in neon lights. Oh yes, he knew. Creating power from the air. He smiles and delights. Mike does it right. Hey. Mike does all Mike, he's the one teaching us knowledge, lighting the sun, trumpeting his legacy alive is his. Mike does knows we're his biggest fans. Hey. Down in the basement, secrets start to glow. Oh, brilliant team. Mike came from Faraday. We're letting knowledge flow. Energy streams. Mike does all Mike is the one teaching us knowledge, lighting the sun, trumpeting his legacy alive is his. Mike does knows we're his biggest fans. Years of thought, bringing dreams to life, turning theories into electric light. Mike and us, a journey to ignite. We've reached new heights. Hey. Mike does all Mike is the one teaching us knowledge, lighting the sun, trumpeting his legacy alive is his. Mike does knows we're his biggest fans.
In a world where innovation is stifled by greed and corruption, there lies a hidden truth that could revolutionize our way of life.
Lenny, what are you doing? Are you seriously pitching a new show right now? I didn't authorize this. My God, only 5 minutes into your new position as co-host, and you're already adding to my tight schedule.
Yes, sir, I manage that schedule. But I did notice you have an entire 2 days available during your week.
Wait, you're not talking about Saturday and Sunday, are you?
Of course, sir. You have 2 whole days where you're free to work on new content.
Lenny, those are my days off.
It's okay, sir. I know you'll manage just fine. I have faith in you.
Do robots have faith?
I do. I have faith that you won't screw it up again.
You know what? It's fine. Go ahead. I'll just build my cold fusion Lego set some other time.
It's PON certified.
But I'm not telling them about my idea for a thunderstorm toilet. I'm gonna keep that baby close to my chest.
You know, that just sounds wrong.
It's a good idea. A toilet capable of turning any toxic human waste into, well, it turns into petroleum jelly.
Why petroleum jelly, sir?
You know what? I'm not sure. I don't think it's calibrated correctly.
Enough is enough. The world is at a breaking point. Catastrophic climate change, biosphere collapse, and a global energy crisis have been met with apathy, denial, and despair. The phrase unidentified flying object is a deliberately obfuscating term. What it really is an alternative energy and propulsion device. This is the real reason for the secrecy. These technologies, if they were disclosed, would end fossil fuels, pollution, and poverty overnight, and usher in a new era of abundance, freedom, and peace. Instead, they have been kept secret for over 100 years.
The more powerful the agency, the more powerful the group, the more powerful the cartel, the more they will resort not only to legal means, but to extra legal means to suppress their competition.
I said pretty early on, the problem is suppression. It wasn't really how do I make a free energy machine. It's how do I not get suppressed? Because what's the point?
Microscopic ball lightnings that when they discharge are tapping into that 0-point energy field and creating the motive force.
Boom! That's why the concussion from the thunderclap is so huge. There's this huge amount of energy that's actually sourced from the vacuum energy. All the dots connected. This is what's happening, right? So we need to make the thunderclap engine.
Imagine a future where clean, sustainable energy is not just a dream, but a reality. Discover the countless untold stories of free energy devices and the relentless battle against those who seek to suppress them for their own gain.
Black shelving. So someone comes along, they offer you $20 million for your device, it's a corporation, they put it on a shelf. Boom.
This power is something I have given my life for you the people.
Uncover the shocking tactics used by energy industries to control the narrative and maintain their grip on power.
You don't interfere with the big, powerful people. You don't put them out of business. They still have those 50-year leases on the lines and all the power transformers.
Environmental Protection Agency is a bit of a dictatorial police agency.
A shadowy government with its own Air Force, its own Navy, its own fundraising mechanism, and the ability to pursue its own ideas of the national interest, free from all checks and balances, and free from the law itself.
This is real, usable power. It's stable. It is not transient. It is not noise. Behind the lamps, that little box is putting out all of that power, well over 500 watts, and yet it is receiving less than 1/3 of a milliwatt of input power. The rest of that power is coming out of the surging energy of the vacuum, and this little box that you see right here, solid state, no moving parts, is the vacuum triode that's doing this very practical and historical work.
But indeed, it put out more energy than it took in. He was shot at once with a silenced rifle from about 300 yards. It reads like a James Bond movie, but it's real.
There are men here that said they're FBI, and they got black vans, and they're taking all this equipment. What should I do?
It's called capture, where they try to rationalize away this problem and everything's fine.
From manipulation of patent authorities to infiltration of government agencies, the truth is stranger than fiction. But amidst the darkness, a glimmer of hope emerges in the form of renegade scientists and inventors who refuse to be silenced.
There is absolutely no question that T. Henry Morey had a system that produced about 50 kilowatts out of a 55-pound box.
In the shadows of capitalism's dark secrets, join us on a thrilling new show. Get ready to be inspired, enraged, and empowered as we delve into the Benefactor's Guide to Free Energy Devices.
Only on Beneficence TV.
Working night and day, mystic gadgets in magnetic ballet, circles of power aligning destiny's way. Running those rings, they defy gravity. Critics working all day by the heat. In his domain, guilt sets the world free. Lord of the rings, pretty strong. Proving the current if they wrong. Electromagnetic symphony. Terror only crafts destiny. Chief from his fingertips. Inspiration starting top of scripts. Geometric secrets, the sky can't flip. Bogart King in his rebel stead, building up for the world again. Lighting up the dark, igniting every zen. Lord of the Rings, really strong. Proving the current, take me wrong. Electromagnetic symphony. Terror only grasps destiny.
In the entire planet right now, I want to emphasize I absolutely love Malcolm's work. You know, you're probably one of the smartest people in the entire planet right now, Malcolm. However, that doesn't mean I don't have a thing or two to teach you.
The successful unification of corporate and state power is what Benito Mussolini described as modern-day fascism. Dr. Greer is literally the only other person to touch on this issue, and even he largely ignores the capitalist critique, probably because he knows it's way more controversial than any of his alien stuff. But make no mistake, when he talks about industrial fascists, that is capitalism. It's not a flaw, it's how the system works to ensure the conditions of its own existence. It's not a bug, it's a feature. Keep this very important fact in mind. If you distribute wealth equitably in the first place, you don't have to worry about the government having to step in and redistribute it with social safety net programs and taxes. If you don't like government intervention and taxes, then capitalism is the worst system for you, because it ensures the conditions of its own existence by purchasing the American political system and forcing workers to pay more in taxes to cover the costs that they don't want to via your wage. Even brilliant inventor Malcolm Bendel, who is a self-proclaimed ambassador of the plasmoids after his infusion procedure, has fallen victim to the veils of propaganda and misdirection. So let's break it down in this quick chapter, because this is very important. It was very disheartening to see his take on American politics the other day.
And you know, it just gets to the point where the elite are so disconnected from spirituality and disconnected from any ethics, or you know, completely disconnected from any integrity. Their thoughts and actions, they lie. Their thoughts aren't their actions, you know, and they manipulate, and it's just evil oppression. And thank God that Donald Trump is in, and with Elon Musk and Space Force, we can apply this technology to make civilizations outside of our planet.
But it's not surprising. The CIA propaganda is very strong, apparently. But it's important because it's important to bridge the gap between the science of social change and bypassing free energy suppression. It's all related, and I seem to be the only one talking about it or concerned at all. I guess, if anything, this just demonstrates how well the CIA propaganda works. So, the plasmoid paradox, when genius meets misdirection. Even the most brilliant minds can stumble when navigating the capitalist maze of propaganda. Case in point, Malcolm Bendel, the self-proclaimed ambassador to the plasmoids, yes, really, recently shared on the Gramerica podcast that Biden was allegedly steering us toward World War III while expressing relief that Trump is back in office. So let's break this down. Sure, Biden might be a neoliberal cog in the war machine, no argument there. But Malcolm's take ignores the real Marxist critique. The system itself is the problem, and focusing on partisan figureheads or greedy fascist billionaires only clouds the bigger picture. I don't believe humans are inherently greedy. A lot of evidence supports the fact that once humans' basic needs are taken care of, they actually are quite charitable and sympathetic. It's when there is competition for survival that the empathy gap is produced, and people start stepping on each other to get ahead. Here's the kicker regarding the relief about Trump. We're talking about someone who, when not bragging about grabbing women by the pussy, almost ignited a civil war, embraces fascistic tendencies, and makes pathological lying a second career. If Malcolm's plasmoid pals are whispering in his ear, they might want to remind him that a leader emotionally unstable enough to attack his own democracy is slightly more concerning than whatever's happening overseas, especially to the Americans like me who are caught up in it all. It's easy to say Trump will be good when you don't have to suffer under his rule and face the everyday consequences of his incompetence. Case in point, the 2017 Trump tax cuts benefited 80% of the top 1% income earners, while I took a noticeable hit in my tax returns personally. An important fact here is that I was already living in poverty. They cut taxes for the rich and put the burden on the poor people. Thanks again, Trump. The lesson here, even visionaries can get stuck chasing shadows in the capitalist funhouse. The real battle isn't Trump versus Biden, it's labor versus capital. If we don't recognize that, we'll be stuck on the same sinking ship, plasmoids and all. If every inventor seeking to change the world first grasped Karl Marx's critique, many would still be alive today. Malcolm Bendel had the right idea about open sourcing, but he misses why it's so vital in the first place. It's not just about spreading technology. It's about dismantling the undemocratic structures in the workplace that led to monopolization and massive wealth redistribution to the top. This creates an elite few who sustain their dominance by buying the political system. This successful unification of corporate and state power is what Benito Mussolini described as modern-day fascism. Dr. Greer is literally the only other person to touch on this issue, and even he largely ignores the capitalist critique, probably because he knows it's way more controversial than any of his alien stuff. But make no mistake, when he talks about industrial fascists, that is capitalism. It's not a flaw, it's how the system works to ensure the conditions of its own existence. It's not a bug, it's a feature. To break this cycle, we must rethink how labor is organized and how wealth is distributed. Otherwise, we're doomed to repeat the same exploitative patterns in the next economic system and risk further suppression. So one final thought here. Think about an alternative situation for a moment. A different way of organizing labor within a business. And I'm not talking about markets, and I'm not talking about private property. I'm just talking about the organization of labor. In a democratic workplace such as a worker cooperative, decisions are made collectively, prioritizing the well-being of workers and the community over the profits. Unlike corporations driven by the relentless need to maximize shareholder value, a worker-owned enterprise doesn't see innovation as a threat, but an opportunity to benefit everyone. Even if a world-changing technology risked making their industry obsolete, workers wouldn't suppress it, they'd adapt. Why? Because their livelihoods are tied to collaboration and mutual support, not exploitation. You've shifted the focus from profits to actually providing quality services that benefit your community and all the networking that comes with that. If we had 100% worker cooperatives in our economy, theoretically they could start to replace the need for the state, as they would already be fulfilling some of those critical roles. Remember, the state is a tool. If we can repurpose a tool we are already using, what reason do we have to make another? Without the pressure to funnel wealth to a small group of elite shareholders, workers focus on long-term stability and societal contributions. They understand that suppressing progress only delays the inevitable while harming the very communities they serve. Empowered to make decisions that reflect shared interests, they'd vote to embrace innovation, retrain, and redirect their efforts to ensure that new technologies are used for the common good, not monopolized by a few at the expense of everyone else. Keep this very important fact in mind. If you distribute wealth equitably in the first place, you don't have to worry about the government having to step in and redistribute it with social safety net programs and taxes. If you don't like government intervention and taxes, then capitalism is the worst system for you, because it ensures the conditions of its own existence by purchasing the American political system and forcing workers to pay more in taxes to cover the costs that they don't want to via your wage. However, when you have a society that has the bulk of its wealth distributed equitably based on how hard they actually work and their real-life material requirements for sustaining life, Then you have a situation where instead of elites own the government, it's the majority will of the people that now have the power back in their hands. I want to emphasize, I absolutely love Malcolm's work. You know, you're probably one of the smartest people in the entire planet right now, Malcolm. However, that doesn't mean I don't have a thing or two to teach you. It seems like I'm the only one talking about this. That means I have an enormous responsibility to at least try and get the message out there.
And thank God that Donald Trump is in.
Points lost on them. Kevin structures coming from the same old Sam. They laugh like I'm crazy, but I see it all so clear. Exploited labor under injustice, burning ears. Fighting for a change in this wasteland of noise. But they call me foolish, rising shed boys. Benefactor boy, dreaming about the world begins to play. Changing the system, but treated like a toy. Ideas misunderstood, but brains is his boy. Benefactor boy, can't you hear his voice?
All right. So we have the Lightning Thief running this 32-watt LED panel, which is pretty impressive, off of this 12-volt battery. Let's take a look at the voltage drain. It's been running for about 30 minutes. And it started at 12.34. Might have been 12.35, but we're gonna keep an eye on this, see what the rate of drainage is, the rate of energy consumption. You can see, let's disconnect this real quick. So the Lightning Thief works. It's inducing this wirelessly, so it works. Here is something really cool. Both Joule Thieves are hooked up. We call this the Dual Thief setup. Once I unplug one of them though, watch this. Check out the brightness. Goes back to being crap. Look at that. That's one coil. That was always what it was with one coil. And now we have two coils. And look how much brighter that is.
Wow!
Course for the new lab location. It's shaping up to be a perfect spot for filming the next episode of Divine Science. Our estimated time of arrival remains as scheduled, with clear skies ahead. So sit back, relax, and please ensure your seats and trays are in the upright position as we prepare to start the show.
Benefactor, we have received a green light to begin filming.
Thank you for choosing to fly with us today.
don't forget to hit that subscribe and like button to help us fuel the journey ahead.
Today, on this Beneficence TV special, I'd like to start by congratulating our fellow workers for their long-awaited victory. The victory of raising the minimum wage for servers in California to $20 an hour. However, this good news does not come without its manufactured controversy. Key in Ken Wheeler. Ken is an absolute genius and one of the most well-informed researchers on the subject of magnetism. This does not mean Ken is an expert in all areas of study and has clearly shown a dangerous disregard for Marxian analysis. Ken's characterization of Marxism stems from old Cold War propaganda and has little to do with the actual substance of what Marx had to teach us about organizing labor within a society. This is the danger. Hundreds of thousands of people tune into Ken for important alternative theories on different areas of science. So, naturally, they assume he is informative on the topic of economics as well. This is the fallacy. Just because someone is extremely informative on one subject does not necessarily mean they are in another.
No matter how intelligent they are or not, how many PhDs or how much education someone did or did not get, we first actually have to start off with the premise to even seek for same.
This blatant disregard for the most basics of Marxism wouldn't be so important to emphasize if not for Ken's arrogance in promoting the idea that you should learn what you're not interested in. Ken has demonstrably noted he is not interested in politics.
I don't care about politics. I absolutely don't. If you think I'm talking about it, you're superficially correct, but not really. I only care about what affects me and family and those people that I care about, and that's really all anybody cares about.
I'm sorry if politics bores you, Ken, but if you're too bored to research the topic properly, then you're doing a great disservice to your viewers.
That the United States, everybody keeps calling it a democracy, our democratic right. The United States is not a democracy, and it never has been. Democracy always leads to el fascismo. Always has, always will.
The United States is actually both a representative democracy and constitutional republic at the same time. It is a hybrid of these two ideals. To classify it as one or the other misrepresents our system of government. The idea that democracies always lead to fascism is a logical fallacy known as a hasty generalization. This fallacy occurs when a conclusion is drawn from insufficient evidence. In this case, the assertion that democracies always lead to fascism is an overgeneralization that is not supported by historical evidence. Fascism is a political ideology that emphasizes authoritarian rule, nationalism, and the unification of corporate and state power. While some fascist regimes have arisen out of democratic systems, it is not accurate to say that all democracies inevitably lead to fascism. There are many democracies around the world that have not descended into authoritarian regimes. Furthermore, fascism is a complex and multifaceted ideology that goes beyond just the unification of corporate and state power. It is important to consider the specific historical, political, and social contexts in which fascist regimes have emerged, rather than making broad generalizations about democracy and fascism.
Wow, this guy really has no idea what he's talking about, does he?
Right? And it's okay to ask questions. Actually, one of the most noble things to be is to be ignorant, ask questions. The people that are evil are the idiots that don't know but tell everybody else that they do know. So it's okay not to know. The most important fact is that when you actually seek answers and you actually have enough wisdom to know where to seek answers, if you're proven wrong, then that sets you on the correct path. If you're proven right, then that means you're on the correct path. Now let's repeat that again because it's so very important. When you actually ask questions, you should question yourself, and you should actually question the nature of existence, which of course is true, you know, if you're actually interested in that instead of being a money-grubbing scumbag, you know, trying to die with the most toys.
Personally, I question you all the time.
I know. I question myself constantly.
That's why I've been working overtime.
The United States is a constitutional republic, so if you think the United States is a democracy, you really should flush that out of your brain because it's not. The United States is a constitutional republic.
Constitutional republic. Constitutional republic.
As most of my viewers are already aware, politics and economics are intricately intertwined. They share a synergistic relationship. You cannot fully analyze one without analyzing the other and their dialectical relationship. There is a reason why these two topics were once taught together in a class known as political economy. Ken starts off his premise about Marxism by reinforcing a basic caricature that presents itself in the form of an age-old strawman attack.
That they'll come after you. There are places in the United States, by the way, where it's illegal to harvest rainwater falling on your land. There's New Mexico, places in Colorado. I'm sure there's tons of places in California. To me, that's absolutely ludicrous. It's going to fall anyway. But there's this, let's call it a Marxist idea that the water belongs to everybody.
This strawman, as you will see in a minute, is built up out of false assumptions and misunderstandings of the very basics of Marxism. Ken made a shockingly easy mistake. He goes on to say that it is a Marxist idea that rainwater should belong to everyone. This is a comment that relates to Ken's frustration with some states not allowing you to collect rainwater on your own property. However, anyone who has studied Marxism knows this is confusing private property with personal property. Marx could care less about your personal property. What he cared about was what he called private property. Now, private property to Marx was anything that could contribute to the means of production. Ken clearly conflates the basic ideas of private versus personal property to build a strawman fallacy so that Marxism is easier to attack.
Let's call it a Marxist idea. Marxist idea.
Anyone who has actually studied Marxism would notice this mistake right away. It's been used by business interests for decades to attack the very legitimate scientific critique of our capitalist dominant system.
Oh, wow! Wow! Damn, the benefactor just slapped me with luck.
Now, at this point, you're probably asking yourself, what does this have to do with free energy anyways?
Yes, I've been waiting patiently here, and all I've heard is you complain about Ken Wheeler.
Okay, I'm getting to it. Don't rush me.
Captain, did you just see something?
What do you mean?
I thought I just saw. Never mind.
All I see is a co-pilot who needs to stop chiefing it up. Don't think I don't smell you hitting that vape in the bathroom.
Anyways, as I was saying, and as I try to include in all my videos, this simple message. You cannot understand the suppression mechanisms of free energy without understanding Marx's scientific analysis of capitalism, how it organizes labor, and the consequences of that. To ignore what Marx had to say about capitalism would be extremely short-sighted when trying to understand these mechanisms. Ken Wheeler's misunderstandings of Marxism and his ideological bias need to be addressed if we are to overcome the larger issue of technology suppression within our capitalist dominant system. I don't want this to continue to keep happening, but everywhere I look, I see the same mistake. The same bug in logic that is overlooked. You can be the smartest person in the world when it comes to magnets and free energy, but without the understanding of how our economic system suppresses competition. You are stuck in the same loop of limited knowledge and hindered progress within these forbidden areas of science. Ken should revisit the subject with a more open mind if he wishes to fully understand how and why free energy devices have been suppressed for the last century. The simple fact is, if you cannot explain your theories in a simple way, then you yourself do not fully understand them. Ken has demonstrated a remarkable ability to simplify some of his concepts. Yet, others, including his ideas of economics, seem to be riddled with overly complex explanations that he cannot simplify.
I could care less about morality. Higher affects the lower. The lower does not affect the higher. By being superficially moral, it does not bring you closer to nobility or transcendence or wisdom. The higher affects the lower. Somebody that is wise by definition cannot be immoral. People that worry about morality rather than wisdom are themselves fools.
Regarding Ken's argument about morality versus wisdom, it seems to be based on the assumption that morality does not necessarily lead to wisdom, nobility, or transcendence. While it is true that simply being moral does not guarantee these outcomes, morality still plays a crucial role in shaping individuals and society. Disregarding the importance of morality undermines the moral principles that guide human conduct and relationships. While morality may not be the sole path to wisdom or transcendence, it remains an essential aspect of individual and collective well-being. The logical fallacy in Ken's argument lies in the false dichotomy he presents between morality and wisdom. One can be moral without necessarily being wise, just as one can act immorally while possessing wisdom. Morality serves as a foundation for ethical behavior and social cohesion, and it can
Feel the pulse, divine sensation. Everyone needs just a little foundation. Feel the pulse, divine sensation. Everyone needs just a little salvation.
Welcome back to the mini lab, everybody. We are ready to test the capacitor discharge test. Before, I had some problems with the wire burning, so we're gonna try to rig up a speaker wire and see if that helps. Or actually, no, we have a new idea. Let's hook up a resistor first. See if the resistor helps. We got a 21 ohm, 2 watt resistor we're gonna hook up in series with the rail. I think it was the negative rail that was burning, so maybe we'll put it on the negative. Let's see what ChatGPT has to recommend. So the thin jumper wire that was overheating is going to get the 21 ohm resistor in series. Let's get a better view down here where I'll be working. Right about there. So I have 8 of these 1000 1000 microfarad capacitors, 16 volt voltage capacity. So we're going to put 8 of those in parallel on this little breadboard. And we're going to hook up the battery just to the breadboard and try to charge the cap bank that we make with the resistor in series to prevent the jumper from overheating with too much amperage. That should lower the amperage down to, I think ChatGPT said, around 57 or 54 milliamps, which is close to what we're actually getting out of the draw of the system right now. So let's take a current measurement. So yeah, we're getting 43 milliamps out of the system right now, powering the 40-watt LED panel at maybe 1% brightness and the 2.6 watt LED light bulbs. So we get about 43 milliamps, so that's close. So we're going to compare the discharge rate. We'll probably do the system while it's set up first to see how it reacts, and then the battery. Let's put this up here. What we're doing is we're just placing these capacitors on the positive-negative rail at the bottom. Don't mind the rectifier at the top, we're not using that. We're placing them in parallel, meaning the positive to positive, negative to negative. Oh, let me load the chat up so I can see what you guys are saying.
There's a light within the dark race, guided by echoes and ancient rays. You will find one reflection. Within it there's a connection. Feel the pulse, divine sensation.
Sometimes these breadboard clips don't want to cooperate. Okay, we got 2. I don't know if the microphone can pick it up, but it is humming. It is singing to us. We're not going to do the disconnecting the negative now because that will turn off the 40-watt panel above us. It'll still keep the 0.6 watt light bulbs lit, but it will turn off the big light. So far we have 3 on the breadboard, putting in the 4th one right now, and I'm about to go over to the workstation and change the music. Ooh, that one fitted nice. I like when that happens. So we got 4. Well, we'll stop at 6. 6 should be enough. 6 should be enough. And what we're going to do here at the end, so we have one end of the jumper rail, the power rail that's going to be hooked up to the battery, the 12-volt battery directly, and the other end is going to be hooked up to a 0.6 watt LED light bulb. And we're going to run that test on the battery and the system right now. So we'll probably just attach this to the power rail that we have here. Yeah, let me set that up. Give me a moment, I'll switch the music. So this is positive, and that's the negative. All right.
In a lab where dreams ignite, Lulu's mind is taking flight. Bouncing equations, there's a plan she designs, unlocking secrets where the cosmos aligns. I say let's reach the stars.
Let me load up a program on the laptop to use as a stopwatch.
We're tracing our destinies collide. Knowledge, wisdom, a peek in the dark. Juggling studies and life igniting the spark. Every calculation, every moment's so grand. She's building the future with her guiding hand. Every shift she's closer.
Okay, cool.
Family one she finds. I say let's reach the stars with knowledge as our guide. In this universe we're tracing our destinies collide. Through every challenge she won't lose sight. Her passion shines, a star in the night. With every step she's paving the way. In the dance of science she'll always stay. I say let's reach the stars with knowledge as our guide. In this universe we're tracing our destinies collide.
Ooh. Hey, it works. All right. I think we gotta hold the push button down while we charge it. Yes. So let's hold this down. We're gonna charge it up. And then we're gonna disconnect it and see how long it lasts. Might take a while to charge up. Let's see. Let's see if it's charging. We'll hook up the multimeter in a second. No, doesn't seem like it's holding holding a charge. What? The capacitance might be too low for it to hold a charge for very long. So let's add more to the board. See if that helps. We have 2 more we can add. Then we'll have to go to the smaller ones. We got the 2 hooked up, so we have 8, so that should be 8,000 microfarad. Doesn't seem to be doing it. Interesting. Yeah, it lasted for a second. Let's charge it up a little bit. I want to make sure that this is actually holding a charge. So let's see what the oscilloscope says and the multimeter says. If it doesn't hold it for too long, then I'm afraid this stopwatch app isn't going to be very useful. I know I need a better setup here. The mini lab is just too small. I mean, as cute as it is, it gets messy fast, and there's not a lot of room for setting up like a whiteboard for, you know, explaining things, which I would really love to do, by the way. Maybe I can clear out the far corner at some point and put it over there. That's an option. But yeah, nothing anytime soon, unfortunately. So we have it charged up a little bit. Let's see. Yeah, lasts about a second. Lasts about a second. So I don't know if it's enough for us to use though. So the recommendation was actually use the oscilloscope. Let's see. Put that up to one of the caps. Oh wow, look at that. Okay. see. Disconnect it. Wow. It's actually holding it quite long. I don't know if it's, maybe I didn't notice the discharge yet. Give me a second. That's why. Okay. I still had the positive hooked up. Alright. Goes out almost instantly, so it's hard to gauge. I might have to adjust the capacitance. This test is a good idea, but I might not have the capacitors necessary for it. Fucking spikes. Yeah. You know what? Let me put the push button, because I want to catch that spike again and pause it and show the screen. That's insane. So when you connect this, the spikes on the oscilloscope are insane. It slows down my oscilloscope for a second. So I'm going to try to capture that for you, because that was cool. Got about 20 minutes to the main show, guys. Maybe it's the switch. I don't think the switch is working, maybe. Interesting. So that doesn't work. Try it this way. Switch doesn't seem to be doing anything. Damn, almost got it. It's just too fast. The switch doesn't seem to be working. Let's try it. There it is. Okay. There it is. Holy crap. There we go. Let's change the resolution. It's really slowing down my system. My oscope is really slow. I believe there were some negative spikes as well, but it was mostly positive, it looks like. Spike me. Yeah, so we got about 10 minutes to the main show, guys. I'm out of ideas. I don't think I have the capacitors necessary to hold this charge very long to actually time it, unfortunately. Unless you guys have some ideas of what we can do with the system in the next 10 minutes, I have no idea. With that said, we are going to probably... Oh, is that not working now? I think something got detached. Ow. Sometimes this wire is a little wonky. Yep, there we go. Screw this one in. Screw it in, so screw you. Grab that. This one serves as my own personal desk lamp. Again, all the light you're seeing in this room is all from the coil systems. The lumen lamp and the Mark I coil right there on the top. And the 12-volt battery. We have the 40-watt panel at the top that's being lit approximately 1% bright, which for a 40-watt panel at 100% is way too bright for this small room. So 1% is some ambiance. And we also have 2.6-watt LED light bulbs hooked up on either side of the 3D printer. And on the far left, we have the lumen lamp system with the fusion coil attached, and the Charmander transistor, which is the MJE13009. Water capacitor, Mike. Ooh, you might be onto something, Mike. Mike might have a good idea there. Camera zoom jumping in and out. Yeah, I don't know what that's all about. My camera might be wonky. So yeah, all the light in this room is all powered by radiant energy. Alright guys, if you don't have any questions or suggestions, we're going to go back to the intermission screen and transition to the main show, the League of Extraordinary Inventors, hosted by Mike from Faraday Research. So that's going to be really exciting tonight. I'll see you over there. So don't go anywhere. Sit right where you are. Stay tuned. We are going to go to the intermission screen, and then I'll bring up the League of Extraordinary Inventors through this channel. So you guys don't have to go anywhere. You just sit tight. Mitchell said I fried his brain. Later, Mitchell. Have a good one. Appreciate you stopping by, brother.
In a lab, my dust cracks the code tonight. Oh yeah, that's true. Wires and circuits to shine in neon light. Oh yeah, seen you creating power from the air. These smiles and delight. Oh yeah. Mike does it right. Hey. Mike does all Mikey's the one teaching us knowledge. Lighting the sun, trumpeting his legacy alive is his. Mike does knows we're his biggest fans. Down in the basement, secrets start to glow. Oh yeah. With Nathan and Lulu in the show. Oh, brilliant team. Mike came on Faraday. We're letting knowledge. Mikey's the one teaching us knowledge, lighting the sun, trumpeting his legacy alive is his. Mike does knows we're his biggest fans. Years of thought, bringing dreams to life, turning theories into electric light. Mike and us, a journey to ignite. Oh yeah. We've reached new heights. Hey. Mike does all Mikey's the one teaching us knowledge, lighting the sun, trumpeting his legacy alive is his. Mike does knows we're his biggest fans.
And in the depths of shattered halls, I wandered all alone, casting whispers, binding chains, demons of my own. I seek deafening, down spread on my frail soul. I once been my mirror, haunted by my role. But in the echoes of my cries, just still I emerge, guiding me to where my true results are. Now I rise from the shadows with wings of fire and sand, free from the chains ashes turn to dawn. I wear truth as my guide. Anxiety's dissolved in the sun's golden rays. See my destiny through time and space. The fears that once drew to reality. For in my heart a new world is proclaimed. Now I rise from the shadows with wings of fire and sand, free from the chains of sorrow. On this path I forever depend. With symmetry I found the power. Blessings granted by the hour. Together we will carve the way. Revolution calls and I'm not strong. Now I rise from the shadows with wings of fire and sand, free from the chains of sorrow. On this path I forever depend. In the depths of his oppression, it's the rise of a true nation.
This minor galaxy, every number secret sound, using shadows, chasing dreams, the loneliness where he was bound. But in those waves of radiant truth lies the magic of his youth. Oh, like a night picture spark, he's a beacon in the dark. The mathematician's rise, we see the world through his eyes. They call him at a lonely star, lost in formulas so bizarre. Connections made where none could see, a future bright while symmetry. Beyond the whisper and the sneers, Victor's victory over the years. Like a night picture spark, he's a beacon in the dark. The mathematician's rise, we see the world through his eyes. Among the thinkers there's a place for dreams of courage and embrace the truth like fire at grand delight, Victor's vision in full flight. Oh, night victor spark. He's a beacon in the dark, the math magician's bride. We see the world through his eyes.
In the depths of hidden files, trapped inside the secret circuits, unraveling through the miles. Oh, truth was masked by coded curtains. You didn't know, we're shattering the silence. Feel the power, revelations on the rise. The shadows light emerges, breaking through the veils of dark. 0 points and gravities they converge, yeah. Guiding voices, revelation start. Ancient whispers call, they're begging us to open our eyes. We stand tall, defying all their lies. Even in shattering the silence, feel the power, revelations on the rise.
But yeah, it's been a busy week. Gerald did a video with Nathan. Been busy on his live stream. Don't forget to check out the PreGame's channel. Maybe Nathan, you can put that live chat or I can post it. And also Ben as well. Check out Ben's station, Benefactor. And you can join him as well, be a member. And Nathan, you can also join his channel and be a member. Nathan, are you going to get a Patreon page for me? Oh, you have it. Okay, maybe give me that link as well. And I'll post that in the live chat so you can help support Nathan in his work. There you go. Yeah. I'll flash up the screen there for everybody. Yeah, there's a YouTube channel there. YouTube channel there. Yeah. There's Ben's station as well. Live chat is open. Any questions, comments for the panel? Please.
God damn it.
Let's see. What is it here? Sorry, I'm talking to myself while I'm doing it. Why did I do that? So, Philip, I know you're headed off soon for the Super Bowl this weekend. Is there anything you want to jump into? Because I know you're going to leave today.
Just wanted to be part of your club, man. So I'm finally gonna be your friend. You can get an experiment on this using similar material that you guys keep using. So it's been pretty cool. We're more merging our efforts finally. I'm just gonna share my screen.
In a lab way.
The photon and the electric energy, the mass of the electron and the positron will determine the energy of the photon, and the electric field of the electron and the electric field of the positron will determine the kinetic energy of the photon, so its speed. That's why the speed of light is constant is because the charge of the electron and the positron are constant and they cannot change. So that's the reason. Last week the conversation was heavily dense, but to be clear, this is exactly, in simple terms, this is exactly what I want to say in the last few weeks. But it came to me, well, if I want to go, it's easy to go slower than the speed of light. If you use quarks annihilate as well. Quarks, they have fractional charges, so they have as well, and they create mesons. Meson travels slower than a photon, but they claim that the mesons have mass because they have because they travel slower than the sea. But that's not the reason. It's because the real reason is because the charge of the quarks are fractional, so it's a fraction of a real charge. So that's why the mesons travel. If we want to travel faster than C, is it possible? Because we need a charge greater than one E we need a charge grade, like we need to double the charge. How do we do that? We cannot have super electrons that have this is the force, and the y-axis is the linear charge density. If we increase the linear charge density, that is the linear charge density is the ambient charge, like the ambient charge density. You know, like in the atmosphere, there's a little 0.002 coulombs per meter charge density caused by the magnetic field of the Earth and its rotation and so on. It creates a little ambient charge density, but we can increase the linear charge density. If we increase the linear charge density, then there will be a strong nuclear force between the electrons, and the nuclear force. If you look at this graph and you go all the way up the z-axis, then you can see the y-axis. Sorry, you can see the force is spiking. You know, it's getting greater and greater on the z-axis. So the z-axis represents the force. So you can see that the force is stronger when we increase the linear charge density. So so that means that the electrons can have a strong nuclear force that will attract another electron. So all we have to do to attract electrons is to have an electron, some sort of do-it-yourself electron collider. We can use a cathode ray. They have an electron gun in it. Two of them facing each other. Then you will have electrons colliding. You know, you'll have two electron guns, and you have in the middle of it you have electrons colliding, and at the exact spot where the electrons collide in the middle of the two electron guns facing each other, you install a solenoid that will create an electric field dense enough to increase the linear charge density. And once the linear charge density will be great enough, then the electrons will be able to fusion or merge together. So so in these conditions, the electrons will be able to merge together, and that's obviously it's a theory. It's pure theory. It's a pure theoretical experiment, but I could definitely improve it. I could, instead of using cathode rays, I could use these types of electron guns here. But it needs to be under vacuum, obviously. So that's the part that is kind of similar to what Nathan and Benefactors are doing.
Now, question for you. Oh, somebody's got their speaker on. Okay, that's better. Could you use a magnetron, say from a microwave oven? Would that be the same thing? What you're looking for, or no?
I think maybe, but I think my magnetrons is to create microwave, obviously, but
Yeah.
I need to create a gun of electrons. I don't know if it's possible with a magnetron. I did not investigate, so
Yeah.
I need the cheapest way and the more reliable way to do it. Maybe a magnetron is the way, but I need two of them because I need two guns. I need two
Right.
electron guns. So it needs to be under vacuum. So, but I don't know. I'll check it out. I'm not sure.
Yeah, you might be careful with that because it's microwave.
Yeah. Yeah. I'll hire MacGyver to help me out.
Yeah.
But yeah. So that's the idea of this experiment. And if the electrons collide together, then you have a super electrons with a supercharge, um, and obviously I'm not sure. I'm not sure. I wish I could do the same with the positron, but it's not as easy as it sounds. Ideally, I would have super electrons and super positrons, and then you collide these two together, and it will create a photon that goes faster than c, faster than the speed of light. So because the charge is going to be greater of the input elements. So that's the idea. Maybe whoever is listening right now, maybe the military is listening or whatever. I don't know. Maybe they'll do it. Maybe I don't know. But if not, then I'll end up doing it by the end of the year for sure. And there's a Patreon link that Mike posted, so you're welcome to help me out to perform this experiment, and I'll be happy to do it. And other stuff I wanted to share that is more in computer science. We were talking about that half an hour ago internally, but the DeepSeek can be installed locally on Ubuntu 24.04 using Olama LLM. So it's very easy to install. You can Google it, and you have it's not too complicated. It's pretty straightforward, and you have the DeepSeek installed locally on your computer, on your Linux computer. So it's pretty easy to install. I'll do it next week. But this and the other thing I want to share is Meeting Hub.
Hey Phil, can you send me the link to that tutorial on how to install DeepSeek onto Ubuntu?
Sure.
Like put that in the private chat for me, because I'm gonna do that on my Steam Deck probably.
Okay. Right here. And there's Meeting Hub for people who wants an unlimited number of users that you can stream on. You can use Jitsi, Zoom Meeting, Google Meeting, Jitsi Meet, WebEx, and you can stream on YouTube, and you can create live streams all over social medias for $129 for a lifetime usage. So it's not a bad deal. So because people were because people keep talking about alternatives to StreamYard, and I think that's a good one. So I did. It took me 5 minutes to search. I didn't spend a lot of time searching that, and you install it on WordPress if you have a web server. So you're gonna host it locally on your web server, which is good, and you obviously you're not limited to any number of users, stuff like that. So yeah, these are the things I want to share, and yeah, so help me out using the Patreon, and you'll get the results by this summer. about the. I'm also applying for grants.
Yep, that's what we're doing too. So we're waiting on that, and now with all the Trump tariffs, we don't know how long it's going to take. But yeah, it could be 3 months, it could be 6 months. We don't know. So
Yeah, but the tariff they're postponed. I think Trudeau just Trudeau kind of decided, okay, it's time to work and put some and secure the borders and stuff like that. It's time to secure the borders after 8 years of Trudeau. So he finally decided to start working. So
yeah,
I think
a
Trump
little
just
too low.
Sorry.
Yeah, a little too late for that now.
Yeah,
He's on the way out.
Yeah, a little too late. Too little, too late. And but yeah, he's putting pressure on Canada to secure the border. That was his main intent. But that's the cool stuff I want to share. And now I guess I can be. I'm passing the Nathan's test now to be part of his club.
Got to find out for that.
The initiation process.
The initiation.
Well, I'll stand around the high voltage and chant. I zaps each one of us around the table.
Yeah, exactly. So
it's like a sorority.
So if you have suggestions, proposals, post your suggestions in the comments. I'll read the recording. I'll listen to the recording tomorrow in the plane or something like that when I go to San Diego. So yeah, that was my talk, my speech I want to share with you guys tonight.
Phil, I had a small question. The photon that gets ejected from an electron that's transitioning from a lower orbit to a higher orbit is a different measurement than a photon being ejected from going to a lower orbital. Is that what I'm understanding? Like it's two different forms of photons?
So you're talking about the orbit of the atom in the atom?
Well, I'm talking about the energy photon emit. Is a greater energy level when the photon is emitted because the electron went from a low orb, like a smaller, the inner orbital to the outer, on the electron valence thing?
Yeah.
Or does when the electron loses energy and it jumps back to the lower and a photon gets ejected, which one has greater energy? The one that gets ejected when the electron goes to higher, or the one that when the electron goes to lower? Because both there's photons being ejected, but one.
That's a good question. When an electron when an electron goes into a lower orbit, you need to give energy to the electron, so it's gonna absorb energy, and then it's gonna go to a lower orbit, and when it goes to a higher orbit, it loses energy. It's gonna lose photons. So, but I need to review that. I think that's what it is. I don't know by heart. But I'll review it and I'll let you know by email. It's a good question. I didn't memorize that by heart, but it's like the right hand rule, I don't memorize stuff like that by heart, but I'll send you an email. Yeah, but I think you need to give energy to a photon, to an electron, to go in a lower orbit, and when it goes into a higher orbit, it's gonna lose energy. Yeah. So
We
yeah,
have a
so
question. So we have a
let's,
question, Phil, if you don't mind answering it real quick.
Sure.
A viewer of mine, Core, said, are photons what are emitted when a hologram is projected? If so, what happens to the photons that shatter outside of the spectrometer, as it were? He said he's a novice and he's still learning.
Is that a question in the chat?
It's in my chat. Yeah, you won't see it on the StreamYard.
Okay. So can you repeat the question? Sorry.
Yeah, I'm gonna put it in our chat real quick.
Okay.
It's, give me 1 second. Let me copy it.
My brain is a little
It's
slow
okay.
tonight.
Yeah, sometimes you have to read it. I know.
Yeah.
Yeah. Are photons what are emitted when a hologram is projected? If so, what happens to the protons that shatter outside of the spectrometer, as it were? I don't even understand the question myself, so you guys are this is above me.
Are photons what are emitted when it's kind of are photons? Does it means do photons what are emitted when a hologram is projected?
Yeah,
Yeah,
light hologram, I would imagine.
Yeah, photons would have to be ejected.
Mhm.
Now, the protons, I'm not sure about.
Oh no, it's all photons. I'm sorry, I might have said proton on accident.
Oh, okay. So yeah, it's emitting photons. Yes.
A spectrometer is used to. A spectrometer is used to. You know when you have like when you measure.
Isn't it used
You
to
want to
measure a bunch of
detect
different elements?
elements. Yeah, when you do, you want to identify the material that are that the planet is made of. Then
Oh,
you run a spectrometer, and it's gonna give you a vertical bars of different colors and stuff like that, and the different colors represent the material
right.
that constitutes the planet or the object you're looking at. So he's talking about holograms and spectrometers. So I don't know what's the link here.
Yeah, maybe spectrometer is the wrong tool that he's referring to. Maybe he's confusing that. I'm not sure.
Yeah, yeah. I need a. Um,
Well, wouldn't it be the
clear
wave?
question.
Wouldn't it be a photon wavelengths analyzer that would tell you what phase in the in the spectrum, from visible light to what's not visible? It would be a frequency, obviously, right? Because
Yeah.
photons work on frequency. So depending on the frequency, if it's a high resonant frequency photon, it's not in the visible spectrum. There's only a small little window gap that we can only see within the physical spectrum. When you go below it, only certain animals are able to detect it. When you go beyond that window that we could see in the higher frequency, that's non-visible light to us. We can't see it. So yeah, there is a chart. You could probably pull it up on Google, and it'll show you that spectrum of what visibles photons you can see, what you can't see, and what's infrared. So it has to do with frequency of photons.
Yeah, exactly. That's how you identify materials that compose something.
Interesting. Yeah, thanks, Core, for your question. We really appreciate questions from chat. Honestly, that question was above me. I needed to address the team for that one.
A question about Gerald there. Simple Man 911 is talking about Gerald.
Gerard Morin.
Yeah. Oh, sorry.
Yes,
Yes.
it is in a resonant state.
He said, that makes sense. And thank you.
Oh yeah, the other thing I want to say before I leave is I randomly watched the Jeremy Reese podcast this week, and I saw Salvatore Pais. He wanted to start a debate. It's like, geez, I've been waiting 3 years for that in the Epic chat, and everybody ran away. So if people want they don't know what the real debate is. I've been debating my stuff on CosmoQuest against hundreds of physicists for 10 years and international skeptics. So if they want to debate, why don't they come here? I give them 2 weeks to come to your show, and we'll do a real debate here on your show.
Phil's ready to put back on his battle armor.
Yeah, and I'll be sleepy half of the time, so like usual.
It's okay. Well, just draw eyes on your eyelids. And you can pre-record something.
Oh, good idea, man. Good idea.
He's gonna give him a rebuttal. It's gonna be snoring.
Oh my god. I'll be there. I'll be the first in line to see that.
I would pay to see that.
Oh man, that's too funny. All right, so yeah, man, go Eagles, man. It's like let's do this. Let's make it happen. So I'm gonna salute you guys, and I'll see you next week.
Yeah, thanks.
Phil, have a great night and have a safe trip.
Yeah, thanks, Phil.
Yep.
Have a good night.
Have a safe trip, and take pictures.
Yeah, well,
safe trip.
Take it easy, bros.
All right, have a good one.
Yeah, we'll see you when you get back, brother.
All right.
He's always entertaining. I love him.
Phil's great.
I like he's dedicated, very dedicated to what he's doing. It's not like he won't sidetrack from that, like persistent. So yeah,
He's very tenacious.
Yes. Yeah. So Nathan, did you want to kind of do a recap on what you've done this week?
I'm sorry. Say that one more time.
You want to recap on what you've done this week?
Oh yeah, dude, I've had a very busy week. So let's just say all day today I was in translating the AI voice quite a bit of material, and I have it in the membership area right now. Some of it's not there yet. Basically, a lot of stuff from Linderman. Also, for the project that I'm working on, there was a PDF there, so I had that translated into it. I can't read on air, so I simply put it in for the AI to do it for me. So, but I got to click around all day to get it done. Just the busy work, I guess. I did that.
Yeah.
I was in my CAD today fixing that up. I made my prints ready to go today. I went through and checked bearing sizes because you got to print out the little piece. You know what I mean? See if the bearing fits. Make sure you don't have anything in there that is going to have to be sanded out. It's got to be snug. I did all that work today. You know what I mean? Shaft has to fit right. So printed out those two little parts, just in sections. Now I'm confident when I run the regular print, I'll be able to do it. We're going to have those 3 spheres rotating. That's awesome. I was checking out the magnet size today, making sure everything was perfect in the fit there. Make sure they're in the right direction. But yeah, all that's done, man. I got PLA coming tomorrow. As soon as it comes, man, my 3D printers are going to be ripping for about 4 days. And then I'll be ready to go with my project to fire it up hopefully on the 5th day. If everything goes right, that is. But yeah, it's coming along. I bought all the rods, the bearings. Like I said, I got the magnets, I got the motors, I got the drivers. I got all the rest of the stuff. I just had to perfect that thing today. So I spent a lot of time in that today. We're going to have to do some preliminary experiments. I need to run the motor through my Tesla coil and the rod, let it spin. I need to make sure that energy isn't flying back into the coil when I do it to see what I need to isolate. And I came up with an interesting solution for that energy that likes to go through everything. And it's just using fuel hose. It's thick enough. It won't go through it all that fast. And I'll get more of the directed energy straight to that little ball where I want it. So, yeah, I did a video today on it and just let everybody kind of know what I'm looking at doing, what my goals were. So I set all those, and that's Project Gravity Well. And in the next day or so, I'll put out the PDF that I was sent on the actual project that they did. I don't have any results on it. I just have their basic, hey, this is what we want to do. Now, I did pull some information from somebody who was in one of the Facebook groups, and they said that there was some weird phenomena going on. So I'm going to post that in there as well. So, yeah, just kind of some busy work today. You know what I mean? Didn't get in the lab and fry anything, unfortunately. Yeah, I got a new camera as well. So I got that ZV-E10 thing, and I got to dial that in so that my camera comes in clear now. So next part I need to work on is the
autofocus.
Dude, focus drives me nuts. I hate it. I absolutely hate it when it goes zoom in and out, and it drives me absolutely batty. I miss the days when you could just put it on a tripod and shoot and be done with it.
Yeah.
I mean,
Yeah, the manual focus, the slider was the best.
Yeah.
Yeah. So I got a whole day of working on that to figure that out, because every time I set it and I have the right settings in it and it looks real clean, I go to pick up the camera, turn it on again, and all the settings are wrong again. So I'm not saving something somewhere or something's going on. So I need to put on quick sets to that thing and be done with it.
Yeah, you'll figure it out. It's just gonna it's a learning curve with everything, you know.
Yeah. So it was ironic. I was doing the Linderman thing today, and he was talking about the cold energy and how it works. And it was like he was reading out of my notebook or something on exactly what I was doing. And it was hilarious because
That's awesome.
He's got this book. It's like 36, I think it is, chapters. And I've translated one so far. Or not, I shouldn't say translated. That's a bad word. I put it into AI voice. Okay, that's what I was doing. So, but it turned out really cool.
Yeah, no, that's important. Just transcribing it from text to speech is important, because some people don't like to sit there and read. They'll like to listen while they're doing other stuff. So that's
like
really,
an audio, like an audio book.
Yeah, it's gonna reach a larger audience. You know, people who wouldn't rather have read it are gonna now have access to it.
Yeah, like when I get an answer from Chat GPT, I like to put on the voice and just let it say it all out instead of reading the damn thing, because sometimes the answers are pretty long, right?
Yeah, that's true.
You know, I can learn more in 5 minutes of turning on my Tesla coil than ChatGPT could tell me about the whole system and how it works.
Yeah.
But I'm sorry, guys. That's I'm with Gerald on this one. That stuff goes right in the fireplace. Say goodbye to it. We'll never see it again. I absolutely hate that thing. So, but a bunch of people with too much free time.
Yeah, I used to do animations, and I wasn't very good at it, and it took a long time. Like, even back in the day when I was in high school, like, you should see some of the rudimentary animations I used to do. They were funny as hell, but, you know, they were, you know, just, I can't draw, so I'd rather just hire somebody to do animations for me. I can't sit there for, like, 10 hours and do it. I mean, I don't have the patience anymore.
Hey, Mike, I wanted to give a shout out to Jarvis. He's became a member of your channel.
Oh, right. Yes. Right on.
Nice. Thank you, Jarvis. Yeah, Jarvis is...
Yeah, thank you, Jarvis.
And then Sean stopped by, and he sent us some love, so we appreciate that, Sean, as well.
Beauty.
Right on, man. Fun times, guys. Fun times. I got to make me another Star Trek episode. So
yeah, it's been a while since you did an episode. Yeah.
Yeah, I haven't been able to pull material, man. I've been busy. So hopefully in the next couple of days it clears out. You know what I mean? Trying to get ahead a little bit. So I'll do it while I'm 3D printing. It'll be fun to pull all the episodes together. So
Yep. Very cool. Yeah, I've been working on my stuff all week, and just I'm trying to get this one element, and so I went to the store to try to get it, and they didn't actually have it. So now I gotta wait until see if the sales rep for that store can actually get a hold of the element I'm looking for my power cell technology. So as soon as I get that, and then I'm gonna start the next build. So
nice. So you have to rebuild those things before you go in for your testing, or what?
yeah, we want to build a better setup than what we have. We made a couple of breakthroughs, actually initiating the piezoelectric effect in the cell. So we were able to do that last week. Kind of did it by accident and put the meters up to it, and found out I was getting a better result when the cell's actually under pressure. So now, as far as thermo is concerned, I don't think I'm going to have a problem. I have a feeling down the road I'm going to have to put a heat sensor into the cell itself and monitor any kind of heat. But I don't think it's going to happen with the chemical makeup that we have. I don't think the heat's going to be really an issue. So
Is it driving the air out of it when you put it under pressure?
yeah, like all the air is pretty much going to be out of the cell when it's compressed. And yeah, I have to make a jig for it, put all the plates in there, and then it's actually going to have bolts and screws on the top. It's actually going to compress the cell down and create that piezoelectric effect.
Nice.
So yeah, yeah, it's going to turn out really cool. But yeah, there's been some ups and downs, right? So as far as like chemistry and stuff, that's where chat's kind of helped me out in a lot of ways, where a lot of people would stay away from it. But if you say like to ChatGPT, make me a cell, it'll come up with all these ideas, but it won't actually have factual information to back up its choices, right? It'll only come with what's in its database. And that's the flaw with ChatGPT. It doesn't know if you put this element and this element together, when you put them together, you're going to get this reaction. It doesn't know that. If it does know it, that means somebody else has put that info into the ChatGPT database, right? Because it's open source. Therefore, those questions might have come up before by somebody else, right? But I'm trying to base it more on my ingenuity than what chat's given me. But for certain elements, I want to get a little detailed information on the chemical makeup of whatever it is and how it might react with another element. Because we were talking last week when I put the PVA glue with Rochelle salt. That was a crazy reaction. I had no freaking idea that was going to happen. So it went endothermic on me and lost 10 degrees in temperature from ambient. Went from like 23 degrees down to 14.4 in seconds. It just dropped. Second it compressed and pushed all the water that was out of the PVA, reaction stopped. But the other thing too is it also created power. 0.6 volts at about 30 milliamps, not a huge amount of power, but the fact that this endothermic reaction happened, it was creating power. And I was like, whoa, that's cool. So that's showing me that certain elements can actually create negative energy power.
That is really interesting. Like, most times the fear is that it's gonna, it's the heat that worries people. But if this goes the other way around, that's very.
Yes, Yeah, instead of heating up where you think it would heat up, the PVA made the Rochelle, or sorry, the Rochelle cell made the PVA collapse on itself. It compressed. As that happened, all the water that was in that PVA got ejected. And at the same time, the temperature also dropped 10 degrees. And you can feel it in your hand. You could actually hold it. Feel
Yeah.
like, holy man, this is cooled off.
Very interesting.
Yeah, temperature is one of the main killers of systems, and people don't realize it. As soon as that temperature goes awry, your whole system's screwed. You'll get
Right.
readings like crazy everywhere.
Yeah. And then as soon as you go into the negative, guess what? You got superconductivity. You're getting more, it's taking less power to get through a system. And that's another unique aspect of the power cell technology I'm working on. The internal resistance of my battery is crazy. It's absolutely crazy. It's almost non-existent. My internal resistance is like 0.01 ohms, like so tiny. So to figure out how many watts or how many amps are coming out of that battery, well, basically 0 ohms is, they say, is impossible. Well, my meter is showing 0. And when I put the probes on the anode and cathode, it beeps right away. So I know I got conductivity. There's continuity there. So let's say, for sake of argument, it's 0.1 ohm, right? Based on that, if your cell's putting out 1.6 volts, you're technically putting out 1.6 amps.
Hmm.
And that's DC voltage, not AC. So yeah, it's pretty impressive. Like most batteries, I would say, are probably in the 2 to 10 ohm resistance. I'll have to check some other batteries, but getting like less than 1 ohm resistance, that's pretty interesting.
Hmm.
Very interesting.
Gotcha. Huh. Crazy. So a lot of that cold energy is on low voltage, and it's very, very little heat, if any.
Right. Exactly. See, now when I start doing my actual tests on the battery cell is I don't use an amp meter anymore because I can't really trust it. I'll actually do a resistance test between the anode and cathode.
Nice.
Find the resistances and then use the Ohm's law equation to figure out the amps. So I had a cell last week. It peaked out at 132 amps.
Nice.
132 amps. So what?
That's crazy.
Mm-hmm. Very low voltage, but the current's there.
Yeah, that's the hard one to get, huh?
Mm-hmm. That's the holy grail. If you could get the current in the battery. So
yeah, we'll have to get back into that, man. I can't wait to start running experiments again. I'm used to doing it like every other day, you know what I mean? And you get out of the groove of doing it.
yeah, but sometimes it's good to step back for a couple of days and kind of regroup and kind of sort out what you want to do next and how to go about doing it. So obviously, you're going to be doing the 3D printing probably for the next few days. So yeah, it's not time lost. You're putting a new device together. So take your time with it, even if it takes a couple of weeks to get it, put together.
No, I understand. I just, the main thing is I just want to see it rotate a little bit.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, that's kind of thing. Even if they're half shells, I just want to see that they're rotating fine.
Yeah, if you get an ANSI, pop a couple caps in the meantime.
Yeah.
Yeah, really. Yeah, you can see on his back, he'll have like a table at the back. And you know what you do, Nathan, is get like, the 25 volt, 20 nanofarads. You get about 600 of them all lined up. And every day before you start doing your experiments, set one off. Every day. Kind of like the 12 days of Christmas, but use caps and blow them up.
Oh, wow. Yeah, there's some small experiments that I wanted to do in the meantime. I was, like I said, I was looking at that Linderman thing. There's a lot of stuff in there, man. Little tiny experiments. There's schematics, everything. He's got 36 chapters in there. Absolutely amazing stuff in there. Bunch of reverse engineering for some of the projects in there. So they're all, you know what I mean? A lot of Tesla things in there. Just some of the things I just wanted to do forever, and it's just going to complete them while it's printing.
Yeah. They still have some videos posted out there back in the Borderland Sciences days, back in their early 80s. They were doing all the wireless transmission, all the original Tesla experiments done to Tesla's specifications. So they didn't change anything. They followed specifically all the stuff that Tesla did step by step. And he says that's the biggest problem with people today. They will not build the Tesla experiments exactly the way Tesla built it at that time period.
Yeah, because they want to take shortcuts. Tesla did everything by hand. He didn't have the components we had, you know.
And the number one thing, where do they go wrong? Is when people start using those freaking MOSFETs. Oh, I hate them. I hate them. I hate MOSFETs. I hate those things. They're only good for one thing: garbage can. Unless you're doing like sophisticated switching, you're not worried about potentials and back EMF spiking and stuff like that. They have their uses, but for Tesla stuff, throw them in the garbage. Only used to disrupt.
Yeah, not for it. They're not very good for high amounts of energy. Like if you're doing something basic like lighting and stuff, that's different. But
you'll fry.
Yeah. Yeah, pulse motor is more efficient. For if I was going to do that I would do a pulse motor system with the coil, you know.
Yeah, but I've always used the high-speed relay switch. I don't use MOSFETs. I've used them all. I've tried MOSFETs, SSRs, whatever. The best results and the best performance I ever got was with a relay switch.
Yeah, like a read sensor or something like that, or a Hall effect sensor.
Well, you used a Hall effect for a trigger. Pretty much that's the only electronic component I use on it. Other than that, everything else on my pulse motors, it's all analog. It's all analog. See,
but
like
that makes
read
sense
switches.
though.
Well, I used to read switches in the beginning, like the big ones that are in the vacuum tube ones, the ones that are made in Russia, the really good ones. And they said, "Oh yeah, these things can handle 500 volts." I smoked them.
These things from old country, they will work.
The old country, they were supposed to hold up to a 500 volts.
You smoked it.
But I smoked it. What's going on with this? What's going on with this shit? It's all shit.
Oh man.
Oh, I have a little graveyard. I have this bag of all destroyed reed switches, magnetic reed switches.
Oh boy.
We call it the RIP bag.
You have use for them?
Oh, they're smoked. They're fried.
Yeah. Yeah, but after they're dead, you collect them for a reason, just to display, like.
Oh, I could make a little shrine,
Yeah, like make a little sculpture or something.
Yeah, I probably got at least 50 of them sitting in the bag. But that was showing me, these things were rated at 500 volts capable, and I was welding them. I was welding them close. Like, they were just frying. I'm going, wow. And I wasn't even using a big coil back then either, right? I had that timing down so right that it was just, you could feel the heat coming off the glass. Those are like vacuum tubes, right? I could feel the heat. And actually, I think on one occasion, I actually breached the glass. It actually broke. That's how much of a spark I had going on in there. And it was hot, extremely hot. Yeah.
That'd be cool to see. Love it when things blow up.
Yeah. diode on either side of it and take that back EMF and dump it into a cap or whatever. It didn't matter. That flash was so hot, so hard, it just welded it. It just went to liquid shit.
Yeah, I was thinking about what Jarvis said this last week, and he was talking about the 50 hertz motor going into the spark gap, which then has a big impulse spike, and then you let the Tesla coil ring afterward. And it makes a lot of sense. You know what I mean? Because you drive a lot more power into it. The spark gap, hits it, spikes it harder, and then pushes it on. So, yeah, I'm going to start working on that.
Yeah, because that's where you're getting the inductive reactance. That's when the inductive reactance happens in the coils when it starts ringing. You're getting that reverberation of energy in there, right? And then to boot, I'm slamming it right into a transducer, 2 of them.
Yeah.
And that ups the potential again. That's why I'm getting like the best result I ever got on my motor was about 1500 over unity. Like,
yeah, I think I can make a massive energy push. You know what I mean? With doing it that way. Because as soon as you start messing with the coil and putting things down, it starts pushing back on the offset. So if they're not there and it's just a spark gap, you can't push back on it. So it's going to shut that down real quick. So I can make a huge spike coming out the other end. So, yeah, that's something I have to investigate. It's going to be like required.
Because like I said before on many shows, the second my relay switch releases and I get that spark, any current that was going through that circuit now has now been stopped. That's why the battery doesn't run out of power. When that spark happens, that's where the energy is coming in from the environment into that orifice of the spark. That's why you're getting such a massive gain in power where you think you would get less. Because technically speaking, if you put, say, 12-volt battery and you put 12 volts into a coil, okay, you will never get a full 12 volts into the coil. It'll always be less, right?
Okay.
So when you're using the spark gap, now you've created an open system. Now the energy is coming from the environment into that coil. So now you've got more excessive power inside that coil ringing, and again, a resonant frequency, the ringing effect that we were talking about. But that's when your potentials go way, way higher. That's where the over unity happens. But it has to do with the physical break, and that spark has to be present. It's a bluish green spark. That's a radiant spark. Then you know that the environmental energy that's around it is now entering the system. It's been cut off, so there's nothing going into the battery. The battery is stopped. The current has stopped in the battery. So therefore, there's less strain on the battery. So if you're pulsing this 5-6 times per revolution, you basically have created an open system that's continuously open, but the system thinks it's closed because it's closing, opening, closing so fast at a high rate. So it's like you're fooling the physics. It's not closed. It's actually continuously open. And it's, like John said, it's creating a charge pump. And that's exactly what it is. It's a pump, right? So whenever I see everybody working on pulse motors online and they're using MOSFETs, I just turn it off. I can't watch it. It just bothers me now. It's just like they don't get it. There's a couple guys out there that make really, really nice motors, beautiful motors, like very well designed, nice circuitry, everything, fantastic. What kills me, they're using MOSFETs. Bye-bye. I'm gone. I won't even bother to watch it because I know it's already off the path. You'll never get the effects. And that's, Tesla was working with the same thing. Back then, all he had was brass and wood. He didn't have transistors. He didn't have fancy diodes or germanium diodes. that stuff wasn't invented yet. It wasn't invented for another 20 years later, right? After 1900. That's when some of those electronic stuff started coming out in the 1900s. Pre-1900, there was none of that shit. Didn't exist. His capacitors or his condensers, he made himself.
Yeah.
Right? All the coils made by himself. You know, it wasn't when he walked over down to the mall to the local Radio Shack.
Dude, we don't have a Radio Shack now.
Yeah, I know. I miss Radio Shack. We used to have it here. We used to sell all the good stuff that you couldn't really get anywhere else now. It's like you have to order all online now.
I'd probably go broke on the Radio Shack now. If they had what I wanted, oh my God.
Yeah,
It'd be
especially
like
with how many
daily.
there are. There's probably like one. You can drive all the way to the other end of the country for your one Radio Shack.
Well,
I think
I
the
have
last one closed down, actually.
Well, I told you about that surplus guy that I go to. The problem is, it takes an hour for me to get there. Right?
That's in
From my
Canada?
house. It's in Canada. It's in Etobicoke, which is the outskirts of Toronto, right? And he has like the best selection of surplus. Like, it's crazy what this guy has. Like,
I'd
he's
love to
probably
go
got-
there, but I'm afraid if I go there, I might not
Real.
want to go back to America, Mike.
Well, if I lived near, I tell you right now, if I lived, say, within 10 minutes of this place, I'd probably be in there every day.
Yeah, that sounds like a fun place to just hang out and because it's so big. You said it's so big. It's got
Yeah.
so many
Yeah,
different like.
Hold on, I'm gonna put the address for it.
Yeah, maybe we can get a street view of it.
Well, he does deliver. So it's A1 Electronics.
I wonder if I can order anything. Does he have a website? Maybe I can order stuff online.
Yeah, that's what I'm trying to get now.
Oh, awesome.
Yeah, it's
Because
A1
maybe
Electronics.
he would probably have some germanium diodes. I guarantee
Oh,
he
yeah.
might have something like that.
Oh yeah. Oh god, yeah. He has tons of that stuff.
I need something like that. A germanium diode is what I've been looking for.
Back barrier. This is the place I go to, so I'll put the web address there.
What does it say?
All right, here's the address. I'll post it in the live chat if you guys want to check it out. He does deliver, so yeah, this place is nuts. You walk in there and it's wall to wall surplus. You name it, he's freaking got it. Well, he's got like tube oscilloscopes back like probably from the 50s, you know, like some real old surplus stuff.
Probably got some analog meters I can grab. I need some.
Oh yeah, he's got tons. Yeah, but he's got quite the inventory. Yeah, audio, radio, all the hookups, all the clamps, wire connectors, wiring, magnets, pretty much everything you can imagine. He's got a pretty large inventory. But that's the guy I go to if I need to get some special stuff. Like you just walk in there and it's like this row after row of stuff on either side. Crap is all over the floor. TVs, radios, motors on the ground, and you got about like 1 foot to walk.
So what's that place called again, Mike?
A1 electronic parts. www.a1parts.ca. I got it in the live chat.
Nice.
Yeah, he's got a very large inventory. Magnet wire, if you need magnet wire, they got huge rolls of it, so you can ask them to make custom size rolls, stuff like that. So, yeah. So it takes like, you know, with the traffic here in the city where I live now, it takes me an hour to get there. It's just ridiculous. That's like middle of the day.
Yeah, it's sometimes worth it though. There's a hardware shop I got that's about 45 minutes away with traffic just sucks all around it. But when you get there, you get what you need, you know? So it's not like these big, hardware stores that just suck sometimes when you need something, real small or specific. Yeah.
Yeah. Like those giant blue capacitors, the big ones. Yeah, he's got tons of that stuff. They're row after row of this stuff. Yeah. AC, DC, all sizes.
Yeah, I like some of those places, man. You go in there, you really don't need a certain item. You just need a certain look of an item. You know what I mean? Because it's for like a off project or something. Those are the ones I like. They have variety everywhere. So you can just pick whatever you want, manipulate it the way you want to fit your project. Those are the ones I like. You know what I mean? The stuff you used to do before you had a 3D printer. Those are the ones I like.
Yeah, I built my first 3D printer myself. Riprap back in the old Riprap days. That was about 20. Yeah, right when my daughter was born, 2012. I was building my first 3D printer, and you know what? It was the best printer I ever built too. Very first one I made. It was so accurate. It was great. I couldn't believe how well it worked. Yeah. I'm just gonna scoot out for a quick smoke here, and I'll be right back.
My 3D printer is not working at the moment. I have to figure out what's wrong with the bed sensor.
So it's the bed sensor itself, Ben?
Yeah, it says temperature halt or something. Bed sensor. I replaced the board. I know it's not the board. It's just, I don't know, maybe I moved something.
Was it the problem before you went into it?
No, the problem was the encoder. It got stuck, so I just replaced the display board or whatever. Just plugged it in and it worked. But when I started printing something, it's registering negative 14 degrees Celsius on the bed. So I know that the sensor is off.
Okay. They just have a little tiny sensor that's taped to the bottom. You know that, right?
It looks like it's glued. So should I try to remove that, or because it's glued on there?
First thing I would check. There's a MOSFET in the big housing. Make sure it's all plugged in. One of the fastest ways to mess something up is that thing's just not plugged in all the way.
Oh, you talking about the control box, the power supply?
As soon as you open it, there's a MOSFET
out.
in there.
Yeah, I pulled everything out. I couldn't see anything that was disconnected, but look for a MOSFET, you said? Maybe it got disconnected.
So there's two things. On the motherboard itself, there'll be a wire that goes up to a MOSFET, okay?
Okay.
And it's over by the power connecting cord. So when you look for the plug-in in the back, right next to it, there's a small little board with a little MOSFET on it. That's for your bed. And that's what you need to look at. Make sure that's hooked in. If it's not, nothing will work. It'll give you the sensor problem.
Yeah, I wasn't sure exactly what to look for in terms of if something got disconnected. So now I can take it apart and take a look at that. Yeah, and if that's fine, then it's probably something that needs to be replaced.
Well, yeah, but usually it's just a loose wire because you got a trigger wire that comes from your motherboard. You have the heat automatically going through it from your DC power. You know what I mean? That goes into it, or AC to DC, however you want to say it. As soon as it goes in there, it converts it in that MOSFET.
Yeah, I was gonna say I didn't move it much. I just took apart the control box.
Could have just been loose, Ben.
Yeah, I'll take a look at it tonight.
As soon as you take off the bottom of one of those things, man, it's like a can of worms. Like everything you touch is lightly put in the little place where it goes.
Okay, it's very delicate. I got you.
Yeah, so you kind of have to just start checking it, and that motherboard, it's not that hard. You could tell as soon as you get the bigger wires in there, you'll notice them right away. That's for your heat. Hey, Mike's got a new member and he's not here. Taryn Earthling,
nice.
That's awesome, brother.
Thank
we got
you,
two
Taryn.
today, Jarvis and Taryn.
That's awesome. We appreciate all you guys' love and support. Mike's channel, like all of our channels, are fueled by you guys. We wouldn't really be able to do any of this without you guys. So we really appreciate you.
Right on, man. We're all rocking it today.
Yeah. Yeah, I had 17 people watching me yesterday for the Benefactor's Guide to Free Energy Devices.
Oh, there you go.
It was the most we've ever had. It was a big moment, actually. So I'm really proud of that.
You know, some of these PDF bins, you can go on that 11 Labs, and it gives you 10,000, I don't know if it's words or whatever, and it automatically do the work for you.
Yeah, 11 Labs. You know, I think I used that once. I'll have to go back to it and revisit it.
Yeah, I got the $5 plan that gives me 30,000. I think it's words. You know what I mean?
Right.
But you're able to convert it. It's an easy thing. You put up the paper there, and it reads it for you. And all you do is switch between voices, between a quote and a regular. And man, it's time consuming, but it's way easier than reading for me anyway.
Well, I don't mind reading, but after like a couple of hours, my voice starts to get hoarse, you know, and I do like to take a break, so that would be good for me too, you know, take a break and let the AI read a little bit.
Well, I'm just saying, you know, for a quick 4-page thing, it's really easy. Boom, boom, boom. It puts it out for you real quick.
Yeah, for sure. No, that's definitely a convenience. And then I think Michelle's been trying to transcribe that paper too. He put out one of the videos already on some of it. We went over it yesterday, so on the autogen.
Mm-hmm.
So there's some good stuff there, but I don't know. I don't think he used 11 Labs. He used something. I have to talk to him about what he used because it was not that good of an AI voice, I don't think.
Yeah.
But I think 11 Labs does a good job with the natural voice, and also Speechify does a good job too. But Speechify is expensive.
Yeah, I like the free thing, but I had such a thing, man. It was 60 pages, and I got through about 30, and then my thing ran out for the month.
Well, that's still a lot. 30 pages.
Yeah. Well, you know what though? It's worth every bit of it. Like I sent it to you a while back. It's the letter from Linderman that was in there. It was talking about all kinds of cold energy stuff, negative energy, however you want to say it. All of it's in there. He's cut like a book, man. It's just unbelievable. So it's like a how-to guide on every single project you work on that's cold energy.
Well, that's cool. Oh, I think Mike's coming back.
Nice. Yeah. Yeah, read it. Nathan's right. That's right. Pretty interesting thing, man. That's why I put it on I did the AI time, because I don't think people read it when you tell them, hey, go over and read this or do that. You know what I mean? So just throw it on when you're working in your lab. Man, you'll just be sitting there looking at this thing going, are you kidding me? That's what they were talking about the whole time? You know what I mean? Like, it's really that simple that you just have to figure out this, this, and this, and you're done. You know?
Yeah, people have a tendency to overcomplicate things, and these systems are really basic when you understand how they work.
Yeah. I like it, man. So if I'm soldering something, usually I just hang out, listen to some AC/DC, you know what I mean? Do some soldering, do some coil building. But I'll listen to this stuff all day. You know what I mean? Throw on some Linderman, you know what I mean? Throw on some old stuff, some like Tesla stuff that he did. You know what I mean? Whether it's a lecture or something, I'll listen to that stuff all day. So.
Do you think Mike's video that he sent earlier about Tesla and the Eiffel Tower is like, you know, do you think they really still use it till this day? Like, do they use it and people don't know?
I didn't catch that one. The Eiffel Tower video?
Yeah.
That video was awesome, by the way.
I must have missed that.
They were talking about doing experiments on the Eiffel Tower and doing like some Tesla Tower experiments kind of thing. And there were strange lights going on and stuff like that. Hopefully Mike will play it here for us.
Oh, quick. Hide your paper airplane. Mike's back.
There's so I just want to answer this real quick, Lan. Kosel, I do have a PDF that I translated. It's in Members, so I'll have it out in the next couple of days. But it gives you quite a bit of information on what he was looking to do with this machine we're working on.
Nice.
So hopefully that answers your question. But as I get more information, I'll keep putting it out on video.
Mm-hmm.
Hey, Mike, you got that video you were showing earlier?
Which one?
The Paris Tower?
Oh.
Oh,
Let's see. Hold on. Just bear with me for 1 second here.
Wow, something went off the rails in the chat.
Bear with me here for a second. I gotta check if I got it in my email. Oh yeah, hold on here. Where is it? Oh yeah, that's it there. Okay.
Yeah, Lulu, by the way, I hope it's real. That would be really cool.
I mean, it sounds like it's real, because if Tesla had any influence on the engineer, you know, he would have probably like told him like, hey, this is how it's really gonna work. You know, it could be as an artistic exhibit, but it has a double function. You know.
Oh yeah, hey, they built the big tower. Why not use it for a little bit before, you know what I mean? They make it a museum or something.
Yeah.
Okay, I got the link for the video in the live chat there. Just click it's in Facebook.
Yeah, so I wanted to let everybody know that, because Simple Man said, give me over Unity. A few of us are on the verge, you know, of OU, but Mike has already accomplished it. So, I mean, that's important to emphasize here. His batteries require no input power. That's phenomenal.
There it is. There's Gerald. What's up,
Hey,
Gerald?
Gerald! The Lord of the Rings.
The Eiffel Tower was originally an antenna for Edison. Nice. Yeah, that's what we're
interesting.
looking
I didn't
at.
hear about that. Wow.
That's what Mike was showing off in the video. That's why I was hoping you'd play it.
Yeah, that's cool. I'd like to learn more.
That was a quick video, too. It was like a short.
Roll that beautiful Tesla footage.
You able to show that video, Mike, or is it something you can't?
I don't have my Facebook linked on my computer, only on my phone. Yeah, I don't have it linked up to my computer. It'll take me a few minutes to get logged into my Facebook. Yeah, I could try. Just have to bear with me here for a few minutes. Anyways, kind of the breakdown of what the video is. The Eiffel Tower was completed in 1889, and Tesla actually went to see Eiffel, and they got along great. They had a great conversation, and he was telling them about the Wardenclyffe Tower project that he was planning on building. So, the conspiracy theory is that he was incorporating some of the designs that Tesla was doing into the Eiffel Tower. So when the Wardenclyffe Tower got powered up, he would be able to receive the power at the Eiffel Tower on the other side of the world in France. And from France, from the Eiffel Tower, people could connect to it wirelessly and get their electricity that way. That was supposedly his idea to get the global wireless network going.
I mean, it makes a lot more sense than some giant art project.
Yeah.
Yeah, and at certain conditions, if if you're there at the right time, the Eiffel Tower will attract a lot of electrostatic energy, and you'll actually see arcing and like coronas forming at the top of the tower, the Eiffel Tower.
That's natural?
Yep, just natural static energies at that height, right? It's quite tall, so it's a connection point. So the Wardenclyffe Tower, when it was in complete resonance, it was in complete resonance with the atmosphere of the Earth. And all he had to do was send impulses of energy, and that would travel all the way through the ionosphere of the planet to the other side, and the Eiffel Tower would receive it. It would go into resonant frequency with Wardenclyffe.
That'd be really cool.
Yeah. Well, it would have proved that his system would be feasible to actually transmit power basically halfway across the planet.
Do you think they would tell us if it did work?
What's that?
If it had worked, do you think they would even tell us, or would it even be published?
Well, by 1903, J.P. Morgan basically cut all his funding, right?
Mm-hmm.
So, and it never got a chance to actually see if it would actually work. I think it would have if he actually got Wardenclyffe operational. I think he would have got connectivity with Paris. Yep, I do believe it.
They couldn't let that happen.
No, the banker guys, no, not at all. Yeah, there was another good video I saw today on YouTube. I was talking about the Astor family, the bankers, and he was dead set against the Fed, right? So all the Astor family and all those important guys at that time that were dead set against the Federal Reserve. What was happening? They got them all on the Titanic, and the conspiracy was that the Titanic was deliberately sunk to get rid of the Astor family.
Oh man!
And what was it? A month later, to the day after the Titanic sunk, they had the meeting at Jekyll Island, and that's when the Federal Reserve was put into operation. That's when the global bankers. Yep. So, yeah. And that was right off the coast of Newfoundland, right here in Canada.
A bunch of shady people, just like the that person over there in California wants to make a 30-minute city, 10-minute city.
Yeah, 15-minute cities. That's what they're doing here in Ontario. It's all 15-minute cities.
They want to do that now.
Titanic. Oh, sorry.
Yeah, with the people's homes that are burnt down, they want to take them and make some junky city. And it's like, dude, that person should be fired immediately.
It just feels like they're replicating a matrix, so they don't worry about its configuration. So if it's similar, they know how to read it much easier because it's just replicas of each other versus, the different mix of.
Yeah,
But that Titanic conspiracy is interesting. I have to look that up because that makes a lot of sense.
Because that's basically the way they're doing it here, how they're laying out the city structure here in Ontario, where I live. I could go 15 minutes in any direction and have all the anomalies that I could possibly want. I don't have to leave my city.
No, I understand that, and that's a fun concept. That's not what I was getting at. They're going to screw people out of their homes in order to do it.
Oh,
and
yeah. Well,
I'm not okay with that at all.
Yeah. See, in Canada, where we live is called Crown land. It's owned by the Crown. It's owned by the British Commonwealth, right? So if you want land, you can purchase the land, right? But you only have legal rights to that land for 100 years. Then it goes back to the Crown.
Yeah. What a waste.
Yep.
This is like a lease on a car.
It is.
You know you're getting the smoker's car after that.
Nathan,
Those dirty people. Yeah.
That's the way it is. Yep.
if you like decide to build a road, a toll road, you could only like you benefit from it for 100 years, then becomes
Right.
property again. So
Yep,
it's
it becomes property of the crown. That's the way the British Commonwealth. It's the same way in Australia. Any land that's considered crown land by the British Commonwealth, that's what it is. You basically can only own the land for 100 years. Then it goes back to the crown. Yeah.
Yeah, no, thank you.
Yeah.
To ascribe to the Native Americans' philosophy is nobody owns the land.
Oh, yeah, try to tell them that now when you go into their casino. They will tell you they definitely own the land.
Oh, you're talking about the modern day Native Americans. But the classical philosophy is like, the idea of nobody should be owning the land, which is
That's
interesting.
just an idea. You can't go in there with your bearskin rug and your, you know what I mean, your little leather chonies. They'll throw you out on your butt.
Well, I'm just speaking
like
about
the rain
the
dance.
philosophical aspect of having the Earth, which is the lifespan of the Earth is much longer than anybody's single lifespan. So the idea that one individual can own a part of the Earth when its life is much longer and includes much more than just one single life entity is kind of a philosophical notion of, who really should own the land in general. That's the Native American philosophy, though.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, or they could just say there's a cataclysm later on in the century and you're screwed. That's generally how it works.
What I think really happened in California, they deliberately burned all these homes down. And I heard BlackRock was in there buying up as much land as it could from
Sure
people
they were.
that just lost their homes, and they didn't have insurance on the homes to rebuild. So they say, okay, we'll give you pennies on the dollar. You dump your home, it becomes property of BlackRock.
Yep.
So and I know what they're going to put there is condominiums. It's all going to go up as condos.
Like on the internet, like they had this things called the high energy beam. It's a weapon. Like they could beam it on anything and start a fire, or like they could use it from satellites, from offshore boats, from planes, from fighter jets, from like they could attach it to it, and they could pretty much protect it. This was what happened. So they've got the and if they want an area, and nobody would ever find out. So like, if they started the fire for land, I mean, it's not a far-fetched idea.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, you know what? We tried to get rid of that governor once, and the morons voted him back in. That's their fault. And I'm not saying that in the way of hurting anyone for the fire or anything like that, but they voted for the incompetence, and they got the incompetence, and it just sucks that it has to work that way. So
it sucks that hardworking people lose what they built their whole lives just because of a government and wants to benefit somehow, and take people's hard-earned lifetime of gathering to pay off a house or a land, or not
well when they start running out all the insurance agencies, they should have all had red flags like going everywhere. You know what I mean? Like, why are they doing this? Why are they all leaving? Why am I left, defenseless? They should have asked those questions and got rid of as many politicians as they had to get it fixed. And they didn't do that. You know what I mean? They kept on the same, we're voting this because it's one side and la la la. You know what I mean? And it's just stupid. And now we got this.
Yeah, like in Canada, you cannot purchase a home without having home insurance. You have to by law.
Well, that's the way it is here. But once you already own the home, and then they drop the fire insurance, which is not actually the insurance that they require for your home, It's on top of that. So, yeah. Well, they screwed everybody. Mandatory car insurance in California. Well, yeah, they bent everybody over. And then they don't regulate it, so now it's through the roof. I mean, it's ridiculous, man. You pay as much as the insurance company as you do for your car. I mean, it's just stupid. These politicians are morons, and people who vote for these morons are bigger morons. I mean, yeah, we got to just walking around looking at morons in California. That's what I do. You know what I mean? The stupid looking at the stupid is what we're doing. Night, Gerald. Yeah, anyway, whatever.
Yeah, that's the way it goes. Everybody's getting robbed blind. That's the problem.
Yeah. Been getting robbed blind for a long time. Like we got the train to nowhere. Which is just a slush fund for California. That's really all it is. And if somebody looked into it, that's all they find.
Yeah, the same here. We got this stupid carbon tax, which is the biggest crock of crap.
Hey, who gets all that money?
Like exactly, the government. It just goes into somebody's pockets in the government. What it is, it's such a crock of shit. It is. It's like blackmailing you. Oh, you make pollution. Oh, you got to pay a tax. Okay, well, what's that tax money going to do? Well, I got an idea. How about fix the freaking roads? How about fix the sewer system that keeps failing year after year? Why don't they use it for something good? You know what I mean? But no, it probably goes into somebody's back pocket.
Right? How about get rid of this lead in the water in Flint that's been there for 12 years?
Yeah, water purification systems. Get that all fixed up. You know, there's
so you don't pop your tire like the tires. Right,
Oh, that's bad. Yeah, the potholes are bad. They'll take out your tire. You're right.
Yeah, the city of Toronto's bad for potholes. Really bad.
Like here, I one time I got tired of there was one close to the house and there's no way around it. Like I got a bag of concrete, bottles of water. I went there like in the street. I poured the water on top of it. And, because nobody's doing it, bag's like a couple of bucks, not a big deal, but at least they'll fill that hole. And so, yeah. I mean, so what? I'm going to call the city and make a complaint to file paperwork for them to send somebody that something costs like $10, $15 to,
Yeah. It's like in Toronto, like fixing the roads. They're always fixing the 401. There's not one section of the 401 that they're not repairing at any given time, any time of the year. It's like they're spending millions upon tens of millions of dollars fixing the 401, but it never gets finished. It's like it's one continuous cash cow for these road and paving crews to fix the roads.
Yeah, that they don't have it funded enough to finish the project. They just milk it.
Yeah,
so it's
boy, are they ever milking it.
In general, Canadian concrete, it lasts a few years longer than the concrete we use here. So our concrete generally cracks within like 2 to 3 years. It'll start to crack.
Yeah, see, like we have stuff. Well, we use an asphalt, so it's a mix of stone and rubber and tar. So because we get the winters here, you get flexing in the roads in the summertime. They expand in the summer, and then in the winter they contract. So
the hot asphalt helps with that, yeah.
Right, because it's rubberized. There's rubber, tar, and stone all mixed together, what we call asphalt.
Yeah, we don't use a lot of that. We use mostly concrete, which, you get ice, or you get water in it, and it freezes into ice and cracks, and it doesn't last very long. And then, what they'll do is, instead of coming and patching the road, or taking out the part of the road that's destroyed and replacing it, they'll just throw it a tar patch on there, a patch of asphalt.
Yep, right on top. Yeah.
Metal, like a big old metal plate. They'll throw it on the road, and every time you go on, like it's a car goes
or
on
that, yeah. I've seen
Yeah,
the metal
they
plates
did
where
it.
they were dangerous to go on, and they would like cut your tire. You know, so
I've only, yeah, I've only seen that in downtown Toronto, but out where I live, they don't use the metal plates. It's always asphalt. It's
yeah,
always
and you know like they set it down. If they don't set it, if they set it down in a busy time, you know they set it down. You know we go away, and then the next car that drives by just takes it out.
yeah, yeah. 401 is just something else. The 407, they used a lot of concrete to build it, but now you're starting to see, because the way our Canadian winters are,
Mhm.
a lot of sections of the 407 are starting to get replaced, and they're replacing it with asphalt because the concrete's just breaking away. It's just cracking up.
I believe the Gordie Howe Bridge is also pretty much finished, which means the money is going to be running out for those projects as well regarding the construction industry here. So, but that bridge is almost completely finished.
Yeah.
Doesn't the asphalt deteriorate much faster than the concrete?
Yeah, the asphalt does deteriorate, but it's put under a lot harder conditions, because of the Canadian winters. It puts a lot of stress on it.
Yeah,
So
and
it's constantly,
the way it deteriorates, it doesn't leave those potholes, you know.
yeah.
As
Well,
much.
you will. Well, we've even had some problems with getting sinkholes in Toronto, which
That's a
was
problem.
happening in the U.S. Yeah, so we've had our fair share of sinkholes happening too.
Those are
So,
scary. I'm from
yeah.
Florida, where I know all about you have to have sinkhole insurance for that state, for a lot of parts of that state. No, there was a guy just chilling in his bed, and all of a sudden a sinkhole just, and his brother came into his bedroom, and he was gone, just gone.
His living room
He was
just
praying
closed.
for holes and got the wrong kind.
Like the sinkholes are
The final hole. The hole at the end of the tunnel. I gotta
The
stop.
hole of all holes.
Holy moly.
Oh, man. Good thing he wasn't in Canada. He would have got 3 holes.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, man.
Oh.
Oh, man. Here we go, off the rails.
Oh, boy.
Oh,
Mega
man.
Mega hole.
Mega hole.
Swimming out
New
of it.
improved hole.
I got my hole on layaway.
Oh.
Oh, God, my face is hurting already.
Okay, I'll take a break.
Whew. My mouth, my face is all like cramped up.
I know mine too,
Oh.
from laughing too much.
Oh, man, it's so
We
funny.
have
it
fun.
hurts.
We have too much fun sometimes, if there is such a thing.
Oh. That would suck. You're chilling in your bed and then you fall through a hole.
Yeah, it's terrifying when you think about it. All you can do
It's
is
like-
really laugh because it's just the prospect of it is so scary.
It's like, Dad, where are you? I don't know. He was sitting in his lazy boy. Now he's gone.
Like that person's probably the unluckiest person on this entire planet. For like the odds of somebody falling in a sinkhole are like almost slim to none. And for somebody,
Yeah, that's like a Donnie Darko type statistic. It's probably not going to happen to most people.
Unless you live in one of those places that rains too much where it's like tearing away the roadway, then there's definitely sinkholes everywhere.
Yeah.
Yeah, you get the landslides.
Yeah.
actually they were saying
Those
something.
are scary.
California, they were scared because of the fires. Like the ground, the roots are not holding the dirt anymore.
Yeah.
So
Oh, yeah, landslide. That big mudslide.
yeah, it creates like just moving mud.
Yeah, they were getting that in Alberta after I think it was in Fort McMurray a couple of years ago. They had a really bad fire that took out the whole town, and they had quite a few of landslides and mudslides because, like you said, when the roots are all burned out, nothing's holding that ground anymore. And if you get a good rainstorm, guess what?
Everything
You
moves.
got problems. Yeah,
Yeah.
the whole thing shifts, just like an avalanche of dirt.
It's scary.
Oh man, good times.
Mega hole.
Oh,
Cool.
that's so funny.
I'm just reading the chats here. The chat's going really good tonight, everybody. Live chat is open. If you're watching the show, you can join the live chat with everybody. And yeah, our live chats are always good. We're always getting good action on the live chat.
Well, you're getting good action because you presented the holes. That's the way it works. You start talking about holes, everybody gets involved.
It attracts everybody. We'll put that into the algorithm. We'll put it into our keywords for our site and everything. The 3 holes and see if our traffic goes up.
Dude, I could literally do a 2-hour stream just talking about holes, dude, making jokes about it. We'd never get anywhere, but it'd be hilarious.
Yeah.
I'd definitely watch that.
So I have a question about singularity. Is the point of singularity there's no energy?
Point of singularity?
Yeah.
Oh no, they keep calling it a null zone. I don't get any energy from it.
So it's zero energy. So it would be like the 0 point energy would be the singularity.
Yeah, I don't know if we haven't reached the point where we've gotten to 0 point yet. You know what I mean?
No.
Like the null zone's there and we haven't opened it.
I think singularity goes a little further than that. I think it starts going into the consciousness realm. It starts, like singularity that I'm aware about is, everything is connected, right? All matter starts in the toroidal form. Basically like, EVOs and stuff like that, charge clusters, they're all the shape of toroids. Even thunderstorm generator at the molecular level, it's all going into toroids. Well, the center of the toroid is where 0 point is. It could be miniature little black holes. Here we go again, black holes. Hole again. It's all about the hole.
That's right.
I asked that question to turn it the scientific one. So yeah, I mean it's just so the singularity, like it's not about consciousness, it's about like where it's the devoid of the energy.
Well, the void is not void. It's simultaneously connected to everything.
Okay.
So time and space does not exist anymore. When you're in singularity, it doesn't matter if the other party's on the other side of the universe, you're still connected as one. That's singularity.
It almost feels like thing I read once called the Matryoshka mind, which is like the ultimate conscious mind that is connected to to everything.
Everything in time and space. Time and space doesn't exist. Distance between you and the person that you're connected with is not, there is no distance. It's instantaneous, say, propagation, instantaneous communication. There is no lag, there's no latency between the connections. That's what they're saying. These toroids, even Nassim Harriman, he's talking about the singularity too, where basically all these plasmoidal, charged clusters, they actually have black holes, and they're tunneling between each other. That's why you could take a photon on one side of the universe and have the same split photon on the other side of the universe. you could turn one of them, and the other one on the other side of the universe will turn simultaneously at the same time, even though that they're not physically connected. And they've actually done this in the laboratory. So that's entanglement, right? So is entanglement part of what singularity is? So I'm connected to Nathan. I'm connected to you, Lulu. I'm connected to you, Ben.
Right.
Instantaneously.
Einstein called it spooky action at a distance.
Exactly. So I think it's part of entanglement. We're all connected, even though Nathan's in California, Ben's in Michigan, Lulu's in Texas, I'm in Toronto. We're all connected. So it's a very deep well, rabbit hole. That this singularity.
Holes.
Hole. It goes back to the hole.
You guys are all screwed now.
Mike was building up a moment, and then the momentum was just shattered.
Just pulled me through the hole.
Holes. I was gonna say, man, Mike, you make me feel less lonely, and then Nathan comes in with holes.
Well, John in the chat was saying it's like his balls hitting literally. I mean,
yeah,
what
dude,
do you
we got
want
the
me to
chat
say?
riled up, huh?
Gone completely off the rails.
Oh man, we opened a can of worms tonight. I'm sorry about that.
Yeah. I think the can of worms went down the hole.
Oh wow.
Oh,
we got John.
I'm sorry. I apologize.
We're all participants here. We're all guilty of the holes.
I still remember that video, man. That was the greatest. Ben was completely oblivious for the first few minutes. He was following directions Mike was giving him, and Gerald and I couldn't stop laughing.
It's still a classic. It's still
It was the best video ever.
Oh my God.
Because we're sitting in the back, right? And we're just like, dude, should we say anything? And it just kept going. It was perfect.
No, there was a point, I think it was midway through, after you guys were already probably
midway
laughing,
through, then caught on.
I realized what was going on.
The way Mike said it, though, was perfect, man. It was the straightest faced answer because he was really into what he was doing, and it was just, it was otherworldly, man.
It was one of those classic moments that will go down in history as one of the funniest.
Oh, it was the best. Good times.
We gotta create a montage of all the funniest moments.
Oh my God.
Yeah, the funniest things just come out of the blue and unexpected. They're classics.
Oh, it happens all day, though.
Happens all day.
I just sit around cracking myself up, man. It doesn't stop when the camera's shut down. My family gets it too, man. So, you know what I mean? You go in there and you tell a bunch of jokes and get on people, and then they turn around, and as soon as I walk in the door, man, they hit me with it. So it's a fun house, man.
Like John says, it's like disruptive discharge.
Oh.
That's good.
I get that after I eat my burritos with my one wire energy. Get a lot of disruptive discharge.
Talk about a
eyes
real
are watering.
static field.
Oh my God. Yeah. Yeah, more like the Richter scale.
Hey, have you ever been in a situation where you got to clear out of the room that you farted in? Then
Yeah. Well, that's what I used to do at work, right? Yeah, it's true. Listen to this. This is the best thing ever. I see somebody and he's coming right at my machine. I'll just let a big deuce go, right?
Oh,
And
crap dust it
usually, oh yeah, just
especially if it's somebody you don't like.
oh yeah, if somebody I don't like, oh yeah, he's getting a deuce, man.
Frank's over there talking shit.
Don't
about
go
my
in there,
wife
Mike
this
shit
week.
his pants.
He's like, he walks by. He's like, "You smell something?" No.
I would say,
You
I would
just
say
take a
no. I
shower.
didn't smell it. No, I would just say no. I don't smell anything. But now that you think of it, since you showed up, now I can smell something.
You know what
Oh
the
my
important
God.
part is that you guys have that on command.
Yes, it's a gift. It's a gift.
Hey, well, no, not for me. You have to pull my finger first. I'm sorry. You walked right into that.
Yeah.
Oh wow.
I used to do that to my daughter when she was young. Pull my finger. Yeah.
Oh man, I'm gonna put myself in
the
timeout. So.
or the next, the other good one. I was going to my grandmother's house at the time, and I was in the elevator, and I'm coming up to my grandma's, whatchamacallit, up to her level there, and I let a deuce go, right? And as I get out, there was somebody else coming in. So, anyways, they walk into a smoked out freaking elevator. The elevator closes, right? And all I hear from inside the elevator, holy shit.
Oh my God.
Oh, I laughed so hard. It was great.
Oh, it's so bad, man.
You ever see those videos where the guys are just walking like on the street and they'll just lift their leg and let let them go?
Those are hilarious.
Actions. Oh, I love those.
Oh man.
Hilarious stuff.
Yeah, you gotta watch those sometimes, man, just to laugh.
Yeah. Oh yeah, they're great.
Dude, they gotta have something in the future where it makes your farts green. That would be just the funniest thing in the world, dude. I'd be eating that stuff all day just to see people's reactions as you walk through and blast them.
How dare you, good sir?
It's like when you get out of the bathroom and you announce that you were in there so that they walk by and it's like a clotheslining with the smell as they come by. And they all have to say something because you mentioned it.
Yeah. Oh, man.
Give you some free energy right here.
Yeah. Right out of my butthole. Here. Yeah. It's like, get a match. Let's see something.
Oh boy, that's gonna be explosive.
Oh God. I've heard of people's septic tanks blowing up because of a spark.
Oh
They can
wow.
put out, oh yeah.
Oh yeah.
Technically, if
Where
there's
my
that much
brother-
methane, though, can't you refeed the methane back into a system to utilize it?
Yep, some people do that. Yep.
Hmm.
Yep. Instead of putting natural gas in, they'll put the methane gas and actually
Nice.
use that for heating. But,
That's what I'm interested in, energy recycling.
mhm.
Well, they do that, don't they? They recycle the methane that comes out of it on a farm.
Yeah, they do
Yep.
that with landfills too. So I imagine that you could have the same system.
Yep. Yeah, they do it to, like, say, a lot of rural areas where they don't have, sewage systems, to where they all have the septic tanks.
Mm.
So they could utilize, the methane gas for heating the house in the winter, right?
Right.
That's so bad. The farmer's in there on the shitter saying, "I'm heating my house."
What are you doing, Pa? I'm heating the house. Go back to bed.
Yeah, it's more like, Yeah, I'm heating the house with my yesterday's cabbage rolls I just had.
Oh no,
Oh,
those are bad. Oh,
we don't need that much heat.
Yeah.
Mr. Lanius said poo. I feel you, Mr. Lanius.
oh man.
Beans. There you go. Yeah.
Oh, dude, that's so great.
Pork and beans.
Yeah,
Oh, man.
they really like me being out in the garage, man. They don't have to deal with that. They said
Yeah.
we send Dad out to the garage. He can go laugh at his own farts. So
Yeah.
instead of busting out the living room.
It's like, Dad, why are the garage door windows fogging up? You can write your name on the windows in his. Oh man.
Well, I'm
Oh,
going to show our audience the little toy that I bought, the circuit, the one that.
Oh yeah.
Okay, so look at that. It generates current just by holding the two ends.
Right.
Look how cool this thing is. No batteries, nothing. It's just human energy.
Do you got the link for that on the internet for that device or?
It's called Sci-Fi Tube.
That is crazy.
Yeah, it's like 14.5. The company that makes it is called Toysmith.
I wonder if they use some kind of oscillation circuit.
I don't know, but I'll break it down.
Yeah, that would be cool. I'd like to see that.
Yeah, because there's no battery in it, so it's pretty cool.
I mean, that's a lot of light and sound for no battery.
Exactly, that's what my point was when I showed it before. So it's
Yeah.
it's a lot just for, I would think, I don't know. But
I don't think people who don't do these experiments realize some of them how much energy actually costs to power something like that. Like I struggle to power anything other than lights sometimes with my device.
Yeah, but just for human energy, like just our energy to power up a sound and
the speaker and all that. Yeah, that requires a significant input. So that's impressive for sure. And what did you say it was called?
Called
Sci-Fi Tube.
Sci-Fi Tube. I don't know if you can see it here, or this is the
Sci-Fi Tube.
That's cool.
Yeah.
I got it at the Natural Science Museum, their gift shop.
That's awesome.
Yeah.
I'm about to find one of those.
And a few magnets, like a few round magnets. Pretty cool.
Nice.
Yeah, energy stick. Yeah, there's a few of them.
But I'll take it apart and take pictures of it just so.
Probably what it is there's two magnets and there's two coils, and the magnets roll around inside the coil as you're playing with it, and that generates power and it stores it in the capacitor. So as long as you're moving it around and stuff like that, and those magnets are flipping around inside the coils, you're going to generate power, right? Because you're cutting the lines of force, right?
See, there's
it's based on
nothing
movement.
on this side. There's nothing, but this side, you could see it from here. I don't know. There is a little I don't know what those things are called. And there's a little electrode from this side that runs. You see that little thing runs to this side.
Yeah, the LED.
So there's no batteries. That's the
Yeah, it's probably just a capacitor inside it, and as you move it around, it's got maybe a little magnet and a coil, and it's generating small amounts of power and stores it in the capacitor.
Yeah, but yeah, I'll take it apart and just so you guys could see what the circuitry is. I'll try to make a little video of it, and maybe I don't know.
So putting your hand on either end of each terminal completes the circuit.
Yeah, tried it with like 4 of my kids. We held hands, and it still worked. Yeah, it's pretty cool. And the more you apply pressure, like, okay, but if I apply more pressure on it, you know, it works better. You know, less pressure, more. I don't know what the how the pressure mechanism, like, it's increasing its energy.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Sure, if it's not moving magnets around, but maybe utilizing bioelectric energy somehow or biothermal.
I have no idea, but it's a pretty cool, nifty thing, you know.
Huh. Yeah, we definitely have to take that apart and figure out what's going on in there.
But it could just be like when you take a tomato
Mm-hmm.
and you put the probes in both sides, you get a reading in there of how much energy is actually in there.
Yeah.
And then your body's kind of the same way. So it probably works on that same little bit of energy, just like body heat stores. It'll put some, like milliamps in there and a little bit of voltage. You know what I mean? I think that's how it's working.
But
I don't think that there's a magnet in there at all.
But to produce that much, you know, with sound and, you know,
Well, the
like,
autogen doesn't require a magnet. It's just a coil, you know, and it's got a dielectric in between to insulate the pipe, so it's not one solid pipe. But, you know, it produces a lot of current with just frequency input. So that's just the tiniest amount of, electrical signal input that you can put in there, and it's producing a lot of current. So I don't know. It's probably not operating the same principle, but, you know, it's possible.
hold on, wait.
Yeah, Jarvis says you got Jedi energy.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, magnets are nature's over unity devices. So if I was to utilize anything for over unity, I would try, utilizing a magnet or electromagnet.
Well, think about it. If you took that thing and went down the hallway now in your socks and you had carpet, could you build up a static charge and send that thing to explode?
Maybe. I wouldn't want to try it, but like if you had a home
Why not?
invader and you had a quick situation, make a makeshift bomb.
You're not making a taser out of it. You're just shocking somebody.
Yeah, rub your socks and then throw it and it blows up.
You must have some raunchy feet if you can get that much energy out of your socks, bro.
No, I was just raised on Home Alone.
Oh man.
Oh.
Make it into an electric.
Penthouse is booby trapped. You go in there.
You know it. You enter the bathroom and confetti flies in your face.
Yeah. Ben's socks turn into an electric.
Oh, wow.
Hey, you're making the hair on the cat go straight up in the air.
Oh, that's so great.
Oh, man. Well, we're at the top of the hour. 2 hours go by fast when you're laughing and talking about the holes.
Oh, man, I should open a restaurant, the Three Holes. Well, yeah, I've been open a motel next to me at the Three Holes Inn.
3 holes in. Pick your hole. 1, 2, or 3.
Just be completely ambiguous too. Don't provide any other context.
Oh. Oh my.
Yeah.
Wow.
Oh my.
Oh my.
Oh my.
That's so great.
Oh man. So I guess we'll call it quits for the night. Everybody, thanks a lot. Live chat was great tonight. Thanks to everybody for tuning in, and also our new members as well. Thanks a lot for joining. And Nathan goes live 1 o'clock Eastern, 10 o'clock Pacific. And Ben, do you have any live streams going this weekend, or?
I might do another mini lab this weekend. I'm not sure if it's going to be on Saturday or Sunday because I do have to work. So
Right.
I am going to try to do another mini lab, though. If I do it, it will be late at night probably, or earlier in the morning. So keep that in mind.
All right, cool. Everybody can log into your channel and check out your live streams. Even if you do miss it, they'll always be recorded, and just click on the live tab on the Benefactor main page. That goes for Nathan as well. If you miss a show, don't worry. They're all logged under live, and you can always watch the show at your earliest convenience. So Lulu, Nathan, Ben, thanks a lot. We'll see everybody next Friday.
Have a good night, guys. Thank you.
Good night.
Thanks a lot. Good night.
In the depths of hidden files, trapped inside the secret circuits, unraveling through the miles. Oh, truth was masked by coded curtains. You didn't know. We're shattering the silence. Feel the power. Revelations on the rise. From the shadows, light emerges, breaking through the veils of dark. 0 points and gravities that converge, yeah. Guiding voices, revelations start. Ancient whispers call. They're begging us to open our eyes. We stand tall, defying all their lies. Even in now, we're shattering the silence. Feel the power. Revelations on the rise. Forbidden knowledge we dare to see, unveiling secrets, setting minds free. In this epic, we play our part with fearless hearts. You didn't know. We're shattering the silence. Feel the power. Revelations on